puso ng tao sa kalikasan. Isa ang bansa sa 36 na tinatawag na biodiversity hotspot sa buong mundo na nakararanas ng malabis na pagkaubos ng natatanging species ng hayop at halaman at kanilang mga habitat. Sa pamumuno ng Biodiversity Management Bureau, mga hakbang gaya ng pagpapairal ng mga batas pangkonserbasyon at pagsusulong ng mga malawakang programa ang ipinatutupad para sa pagpapanumbalik, pangangalaga at pagpoprotekta ng samot-saring buhay na matatagpuan sa Pilipinas. Ang 3 pangunahing programa ng Biodiversity Management Bureau kasama na ang malalaking foreign assisted projects at mga international na kasunduan at kumbensyon na kinabibilangan ay nakaangkla sa tungkulin nitong pangalagaan ang biodiversity ng bansa para sa kaunlaran at kapakanan ng mga susunod na salinlahi ng Filipino. Kung paanong ang bawat buhay natin ay magkakaugnay, gayon din ang bawat hakbang tungo sa isang magandang kinabukasan para sa lahat ng samot-saring buhay. Magkakaugnay ang buhay natin. Bawat kilos mo may epekto.
We almost lost a tree species. Only found in the Philippines. 2 were left in the whole of the country, and 1 was cut down.
Now we've come to this remote site, and this is the perfect place to start the story of Binhi, a one-of-a-kind reforestation project, and the only one of its kind here in the Philippines. This is the program that saved these tree species.
Binhi began as a CSR program for the Energy Development Corporation. Binhi is one of the largest corporate-led greening programs in the Philippines.
Part of their commitment, restoring forest covers wherever they may operate and beyond. So they came up with the Binhi program. But what's so special about this program? It focuses on premium native trees. Why? This is because these trees are well adapted to our forests and thrive better. They also do not harm the existing life around them.
Binhi rescued the first 96 most endangered trees, making sure we've got a bank of seeds. With these, our endangered native trees now have a chance.
Binhi created an arboretum and also nurseries like this to nurture seedlings to life. Binhi works because of partnerships it has developed with local communities across project sites.
Binhi established alliances with partner communities, gave them livelihood programs so they can make a living from the trees themselves.
The first phase is done, but Binhi is an evolving project, so we are now in Binhi 2.0. We expand our roles by teaching how to build, taking care of business, and increasing the technical expertise in both planting and farming. What's more is we want Binhi to become a focal point for education. Spread more and more word when it comes to environmental activities, when it comes to communities, civic groups, local media, private corporations, and various other organizations that the environment needs our help, and we've got just the project to do so. Binhi has gotten worldwide attention, and collaborations have already begun.
Binhi is proud to be a partner of DENR and BGCI IUCN. Look around you. There's plenty of land still to cover. Many more tree species to rescue, track, and nurse back to health. Are you in? Because I'm in. Partner with Binhi.
company help change the world by powering progress, goodness, dreams, and putting quality of life ahead of everything else.
All right. Okay. So we're live now. We are. All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Biodiversity Online, the first BCSP digital forum with the theme Biodiversity Conservation in the Age of Social Media. My name is Jeffrey Dago, and I will be your host for this forum. But before we start, let me just thank BCSP for inviting me to take part in this academic event and be among the country's current and future biodiversity researchers and conservationists. Thank you for thinking that I can do this, even if currently I'm in the entertainment industry as well as the manufacturing industry and not really in the academe. But the truth is If you don't know, in my past life, I was also sort of part of the science community and did my fair share of research as part of my academic requirements. Secret lang but my degree now really has nothing to do with what I'm doing now. Well, a little dun sa manufacturing business. But also, I was a member of UP Haribon back in college. So despite not being so immersed in academic research these days, biodiversity is really something that interests me. Interests me too, and I'm really glad to be part of this forum. So, all right. Okay. Anyway, I understand that some of our Zoom attendees as well as Facebook viewers are members of BCSP, the organization bringing us this event for today. Still, let me give you a brief background about the organization of for our other viewers. So BCSP stands for Biodiversity Conservation Society of the Philippines, which is a professional organization of biodiversity researchers, managers, scientists, and conservationists. BCSP was formed with a fervent desire to advance wildlife research and conservation in the Philippines through mentoring, promoting collaborative research, and public awareness. You can get in touch with BCSP through their local media accounts. So give each of these, our Facebook page, a like, Twitter, a follow, and the YouTube channel, a new subscriber. Because BCSP gives premium to research and public awareness that lead to conservation, BCSP annually organizes the Philippine Biodiversity Symposium, where biodiversity conservation researchers and practitioners. This year, it would have been the 29th Philippine Biodiversity Symposium had it not been postponed due to the pandemic. But with the BCSP's continuous commitment to provide a venue to share new learnings and studies on Philippine biodiversity, the organization decided to bring the Philippine Biodiversity Symposium to an online audience. And that is why today we have this event, the Biodiversity Online First Digital Forum. Its theme, Conservation in the Age of Social Media, and it emphasizes the importance of social media as an essential modern platform for research and conservation. The online forum will feature 3 invited guest speakers who will each share their work relating to social media and conservation. The forum will also highlight the scientific presentations of selected students from the high school, undergraduate, and postgraduate categories. All right, sounds like this forum is pretty packed. So right now, the BCSP would like to thank their partners that helped make this event possible. First off, we have the Biodiversity Management Bureau of DENR, USAID Protect Wildlife Project, Team Energy Foundation Inc., Energy Development Corporation, and Crocodilus Porosus Philippines Inc. All right. And now, to officially open our program today, I would like to introduce the President of BCSP, Mr. Rainier Manalo, for his welcome remarks. Yes. Sir Rainier Manalo?
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ang Biodiversity Conservation Society of the Philippines ay malugod na bumabati sa lahat po ng mga nakiisa at lumahok sa ating nakaraang workshop series na siyang naging parte at nagbigay daan upang maitaguyod natin itong kasalukuyang Biodiversity Digital Forum. Hindi po lingid sa ating kaalaman na ang Pilipinas po ngayon ay isa sa mga bansa na may lumalagong populasyon ng mga tao. At sa pang-araw-araw po nating buhay, ay nakasalalay ang mayaman nating biodiversity. Ang mga ito po ay marupok at nasa peligro ng malawakang paggamit ng buhay lang. Ngunit ang paggamit ng mga ito o hindi paggamit ng mga ito ay hindi natin dapat pinagtatalunan. Marapat lamang po natin panatilihin ang ating mas mataas na pagbabantay at lagi nating tiyakin na ang lokal na komunidad ang siyang makikinabang sa sustainableng pamamaraan. Kaisa po ninyo ang BCSP upang maging daan para sa epektibong pag-iingat ng biodiversity sa pamamagitan po ng pananaliksik, edukasyon at wasto pamamahal na nababatay sa agham. Ang digital forum po na ito ay may temang Biodiversity Conservation in the Age of Social Media ay isa sa naisip po naming paraan upang kahit papaano ay may taguyod natin ng malawakan ang pangangalaga ng biodiversity ng Pilipinas. Ito rin po ay isang pagkakataon upang may taguyod ang social media bilang isang lugar na upang isulong ang kaalaman at kamalayan ng biodiversity ng Pilipinas. Sana po sa mga proyektong ipipresenta sa hapong ito po ay magbigay daan sa ating lahat upang maipaalam sa publiko ang maaaring mga kaparaanan para sustainableng paggamit at konserbasyon ng ating biodiversity. Sa lahat po ng naririto, maligayang pagdalo po sa inyong lahat and see you all next year in Butuan City for the annual Philippine Biodiversity Symposium. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Alright, thank you very much, Rainier, and happy birthday! What a great way to celebrate your birthday here in this online symposium. Alright, I know we're all looking forward to listening to the different research studies that we have in line for you today. But there's just a few more things that we have to go over. First, let us just quickly go through some reminders to manage our expectations. Here, they will be flashed in your screens. So just kindly take note and let me just emphasize some important ones. At the end of each session, we will be having an open forum wherein we can take questions from the audience. To submit a question, just type it in the surname of the presenter followed by your question in the Zoom Q&A box and the Facebook and YouTube comment section. Either myself or the session moderator will be reading the questions to the speaker. Also, please note that this forum is recorded and will be posted in the BCSP's Facebook page and the YouTube channel after our live stream. And of course, certificates will be provided for those who will attend both days of the forum and who will be completing the survey for both days. Okay, at this point, I would like to welcome and introduce to everyone a roster of experts who have a very important task for this forum. You see, every year during the annual Biodiversity Symposium, BCSP recognizes the student researches presented that stand out among the rest. So this year, for this year's online digital forum, it will continue this tradition of excellence. And to meticulously select this year's top research presentations, our judges for today are flashed on your screens with their affiliations. For the high school category, we have Miss Nancy Ibuna, Dr. Renee Lorica, and Dr. Jade Badon. For the undergraduate category, we have Mr. Ompong Altamirano, Dr. Emilia Lastica, and Mr. Peter Widman. For the postgraduate category, we have Dr. Sandra Yap, Dr. Marites Bonachita Sanguila, and Dr. Emmanuel Ryan de Chavez. And to tell us more about the judging criteria, please welcome Miss Nancy Ibuna.
Thank you, Jeff. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this year's online symposium. So I will read through some of the criteria that we will be used for judging, the things that both the presenters and the judges will be looking out to as we review the presentations. The first is on content and study design. It's 30%. And then second, research and conservation significance. That's another 30%. And the third is effective messaging and communication for 20%. And lastly, quality of the oral presentation, which is 20%, for a total of course, 100%. All right.
All right. Thank you, Miss Nancy, for sharing with us how you'll be choosing this year's best presentations. So, presenters, good luck and do your best. In a while, it'll be your turn to take the floor. And now, to set the stage for our student presenters, BCSP has invited one of their very own. Our first guest speaker is a board member of BCSP and a herpetologist with research interests in natural history, introduced species, and wildlife trade. On the screen are some of his affiliations. He has also published numerous scientific papers and short notes in both international and national journals. He actively advocates for the conservation of Philippine diversity. And today, he will share with us his work entitled Wildlife Trade in the Age of Social Media in the Philippines. Let's all welcome Mr. Emerson C.
All right, thank you, Jeff, and good afternoon to everyone, and welcome again to the first BCSP online forum. Okay, so today I'm going to share some information on wildlife trade in the age of social media in the Philippines. I would like to start by acknowledging institutions and colleagues who made this study possible. USAID Protect Wildlife Project, Traffic, the Wildlife Trade Monitoring Network, PCTAR, Palawan Council for Sustainable Development staff, Biodiversity Management Bureau of the DENR, and of course, BCSP for the opportunity to present today and for hosting this online forum. So everyone is familiar with coronavirus 2019. As you might have heard in the news or have read in scientific articles, the current pandemic is likely due to wildlife trade. The best information we currently have suggested that the virus jumped from bat to human. However, how the first transmission happened and what role intermediate hosts, if there's any, played are still uncertain. Some studies identified snakes and pangolin as the possible intermediate hosts, but more recent studies have refuted this hypothesis. So wildlife trade involves the buying and selling of wild animals and plants, both legally and illegally. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry and is happening throughout the world. Previous estimates of the illegal wildlife trade range from 10 billion to 25 billion US dollars annually. The Philippines is apparently losing 50 billion pesos or about 1 billion US dollars annually due to illegal wildlife trade. These three figures are widely quoted in government reports, scientific, and news articles. However, when citing these figures, we have to validate the sources. The first figure, the 10 billion per year estimate, was actually mistakenly attributed to the Interpol, which did not conduct a valuation study. The 25 billion figure was an estimate of the legal trade in the 1990s. And the 50 billion peso estimate did not publish a study, so there is no way to evaluate the valuation methods they use and the data sources.
Although the exact value of the illegal wildlife trade is difficult to estimate, it is generally agreed that it is one of the most lucrative illegal enterprises in the world. So the question is, why trade is happening? Wildlife are utilized as food, housing, such as lumber and the palm leaves for roofing and wall material, clothing, medicine, for example, seahorses, pangolin scales, and geckos, ornaments, status symbol in the case of elephants and caviar, and of course, as pets. Previous studies have focused on charismatic species such as mammals, birds, and reptiles. In a recent study published by Fukushima and colleagues, they highlighted that wildlife trade also includes uncharismatic species such as snails and insects. The wildlife trade in the Philippines is now conducted mainly on social media. Of course, we have Twitter and Instagram, but similar to many Southeast Asian countries, Facebook is the king. Facebook users in the Philippines was projected to increase to 78 million this year. It was also projected that additional 2 million users will join Facebook every year in the next 5 years. The company has a long-standing policy of not allowing live animals to be traded on its platform. We are not just talking about endangered species, but also domesticated animals such as cats and dogs, but this policy is not being enforced adequately. One of the methods in wildlife trade research is horizon scanning. By conducting horizon scan across social media platforms, we can document species in the trade, identify species threatened by trade and trends, and provide information to authorities, which may contribute to the development of appropriate intervention policies. The following slides are examples of wildlife and products offered on Facebook. We'll start off with the invertebrates. This screen capture is showing a post by a trafficker from Negros who offered live insects in 2016. He wrote that he will be traveling to Manila and will sell 80 live stag beetles for 350 pesos to 500 pesos each. 4 years later, the law caught up with him when he was arrested by the CIDG of the Philippine National Police just this June 2020. Interestingly, less than a week after his arrest, he was back to his illegal activities. Notice that on the left photo, he indicated the price in US dollars since he was targeting foreign buyers. Derivatives such as sea turtles are available occasionally. On the left are sea turtle shells, while on the right is a comb made from sea turtle scutes. Earlier this year, Philincon, an NGO based in Panay, reported increased poaching of hornbills in their study site. Prior to that report, we have seen severed heads of Tarictic hornbill being offered for sale on Facebook. And more recently, we have documented a trader based on Boracay Island or Northern Panay who was selling blades with hornbill beak as handles. In 2013, CITES flagged the Philippines as a country of concern due to the utilization of Philippine ports as a transshipment point by elephant ivory smugglers. Aside from the raw ivory passing through the country, finished products are regularly available on Facebook. In a study between 2017 and 2019, researchers documented more than 600 elephant ivory products for sale. Unusual pets are also in demand. A tiger cub was offered for sale for 450,000 pesos, while a smuggled black-crested macaque from Indonesia was offered for 40,000 pesos. When it comes to bird, on a monthly basis, we see hundreds or even thousands of birds being offered for sale, such as the palm cockatoo, usually smuggled from Indonesia as well, and native birds such as nestling, kukal, which are usually posted in Facebook groups. Among reptiles, endemic and exotic monitor lizards, snake, crocodiles, skinks, and turtles are widely available. Some of the trends that we have identified are: number one, endemic, rare, and critically endangered species, such as the Philippine forest turtle, are in high demand and command high prices, especially overseas. For example, a trader offered apparently captive bred Philippine forest turtle for more than 15,000 pesos each. But the species is known to be very difficult to breed in captivity. In fact, the first captive bred Philippine forest turtle was only documented in 2018. Catala Foundation in Palawan province was able to produce 8 captive bred turtles after more than 10 years of effort. Newly described species are also targeted by traffickers. For instance, the Northern Sierra Madre Forest Monitor, which was described in 2010, was offered for sale on Facebook 2 years later. Thousands of live wildlife and derivatives are being offered on Facebook in the Philippines on a monthly basis. The algorithm and artificial intelligence being used by Facebook are clearly insufficient to detect this wildlife or products. Facebook is also relying heavily on users to report illegal contents. Due to inadequate response to illegal wildlife trade on its platform, Facebook is now the epicenter of illegal wildlife trade, not just in the Philippines, but in many countries in our region as well. As far as wildlife conservation is concerned, Facebook gets a failing mark. So where do we go from here? We have to remember that the main parties responsible for illegal wildlife trade are the buyers and sellers. They have to disengage in illegal activities since they are contributing to the decline of species in the wild. Secondly, Facebook has the responsibility to immediately and effectively address illegal wildlife trade on its platform. The business as usual model is clearly not working for wildlife conservation. Wildlife authorities should also conduct enhanced law enforcement activities throughout the country. The high probability of being caught will serve as a strong deterrent to traffickers. And finally, the public should also proactively report suspected illegal wildlife trading activities to authorities. As we have experienced in the ongoing pandemic, inaction is not an option because illegal wildlife trade or misuse of wildlife will eventually affect all of us. So that concludes my presentation today, and thank you very much for listening.
There. Okay. All right. I'm back. Okay. Thank you very much, Emerson. Sadly, Facebook can be used for such illegal activities, and so, as responsible netizens, let's also do our part by reporting illegal trade to the proper authorities. Let me check. Okay. Maybe our audience has questions regarding this or anything about what Emerson just shared with us. The floor is now open for you to ask your questions. So just type your questions in the Q&A box. So let me check. Okay, I think we have our first question here from Ace Mark Aniceto. How can we as Facebook users help in the effort of reporting such activities? Sir Emerson?
Okay, so whenever you see, suspected illegal wildlife products being offered on Facebook, you can always click the particular post and report it to Facebook. But more effectively, you can also report it to your nearest DENR office, or if you are in Palawan, you report it to the PCSDS.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Our next question comes from Willem. What is the best way for regular Facebook users to report illegal wildlife trade on social media?
The challenge with Facebook is there's no person who's checking the report. So basically, it's an automated reply. So the most effective way of reporting illegal trading activities is to report to your local DNR office. If you know where the illegal trade is occurring, report to that either the city environmental office or the provincial office.
Oh, great. Okay, I hope that clarifies that for you, Willem. Next question comes from Emilia Lastica. How do we make sure that the wildlife we're planning to buy was legally acquired?
Okay, that's a very good question, because there's a lot of DNR registered companies or breeding farms, including zoos. They continually acquire wildlife from the black market, meaning they were smuggled and they don't have paper, but they acquire them, and then what they do, they do wildlife laundering and then pass them off as captive bred. So it is actually very difficult, but it can be done. One of the ways is by asking around with other people who's familiar with the pet keeping industry. For the most part, a lot of people they know who are the honest sellers, and they also know who are the ones that are doing illegal wildlife laundering. So that's one way. And I think, aside from, if you really want to keep pets, exotic pets, go with that you are sure that are captive bred. For example, the African lovebirds and so on, instead of the black crowned cockatoo or the Philippine forest turtles that we know for a fact that are very hard to breed in captivity.
All right, sir. I just have a follow-up question, because I also have a friend who buys a lot of wildlife. So is there like, for all these sellers of wildlife, do they always have to have an accreditation or some kind of license to do so?
Yes. So ang policy kasi ng DENR ngayon, may dalawang klaseng permit. So if you are just keeping wildlife for your personal consumption, for your personal pets, CWR, Certificate of Wildlife Registration. So yung requirement nun, ang prerequisite, kailangan binili mo siya sa legal stores. Meaning, breeder siya, may farm permit siya, tapos binenta niya sa'yo. Yun yung requirement para makapag-register ka. Ngayon, for the farm permit owners, ang proseso ganun din po. Kailangan mong bumili ng breeding parental stock mo or breeding stock from legal sources. Either you import them legally or merong farm owners na may paper with DENR tapos doon ka bumili ng breeding stock. So, whether you are just keeping or you want to trade commercially, kailangan mo ng permit from DENR. And aside from that, maraming tao hindi nila alam to na kailangan mo rin mag-register sa Bureau of Animal Industry para sila naman yung tumitingin regarding sa kung proper ba yung enclosure mo, napapangalagaan mo ba mabuti yung mga pets mo and so on.
Yeah, I've heard about yun nga, BAI, diba? Bureau of
Yes,
Animal.
tama.
Okay, sir. Here's a very interesting question from Rex Ferdinand Trafalgar. How about Alibaba? I have seen some animals being sold also in Alibaba. Alibaba deals in massive volume of selling biologicals.
Yes. Okay. So yung Alibaba kasi, it's a company based in China. So wala tayong control doon. Pero ang difference ng mga ganong commercial sites, for example, yung sa Shopee, sa Lazada, may mga nagbebenta rin ng mga illegal wildlife product doon. Although they are derivatives. For example, ang mga nakita namin, mga seahorse na ginagawang keychain or ginagawang anting-anting and so on. So bawal yun. Kung gusto mo mag-import ng mga ganong klaseng wildlife, kailangan mo kumuha ng permit from the DENR. Kung tutusin, mabilis lang naman kumuha ng permit. So, since mabilis lang kumuha ng permit, just do the legal way para wala ka pang hassle sa mga regarding the law.
All right. Okay, next question is from Gregorio Jr. Gregorio Angeles Jr., I think. How about it is being used for how about if it's being used for educational purposes? Wait. Is it okay?
Okay. You still need a permit. So, ang batas kasi natin ngayon, the mere possession is a crime. So, kung for example, meron kang, just, for example, yung mga pagong, no? Sabi mo, hindi kasi may pupunta ako sa mga elementary school, I show them around, I teach the children and so on. You still need the permit. And whenever you cross provincial boundaries or regional boundaries, for example, you're based in NCR, pupunta ka ng Rizal province, you need a local transport permit. Pag wala kang local transport permit at natsyempohan ka, nahuli ka, it's a violation of the law.
Okay. I hope that clears that out for you, Gregorio. Next question is from Glenn Brian Crenshaw. Pet shops always say that they have papers like permits that they got from the DNR. Is it possible that a C. porosus can be sold with a DNR permit?
That's possible. Kasi marami naman nagka-captive breeding ng nung Crocodylus porosus. So in that case, they have to show kung kaninong farm nila nakuha yung crocodile. Pag pinakita na nila kung sino yung source, you are assured na legal yung source nila. Pangalawa, always ask for receipt. May official receipt dahil ito yung ipapakita mo sa regional office ng DENR para makapagkuha ka naman ng Certificate of Wildlife Registration.
All right. Okay, sir. Next question is from Josel Cruz. Question is, some sellers of wildlife in Facebook use dummy accounts. How can we treat that case?
Okay, so obviously yung mga illegal traders nag-iingat sila, meron silang mga dummy accounts and so on. But nevertheless, you still report the whatever you think it's perhaps a suspected illegal wildlife being traded. You still report them to Facebook, and and the local DNR office, and they will deal with it.
Okay. Next question is from Marion Daclan. I think I know this person. Her question is: are there any efforts to discuss the illegal wildlife trade issue with Facebook? How can Facebook or other social media companies play a more active role?
Actually, meron naman. Actually, they formed a group to deal with the illegal wildlife being posted online. Um, Obviously, this problem is not just here in the Philippines, but it's everywhere. So merong effort, but ang challenge lang talaga sa Facebook, yung ano nila, yung action nila is not sufficient. So they can issue press releases left and right saying that we remove 1,000 posts this week, pero ang pumalit naman 10,000. So it's a meaningless effort. Ang kailangan talaga nilang gawin, tanggalin yung mga groups na involved sa illegal wildlife trade. That's number one. Pangalawa, isuspend nila yung mga nagpo-post o nagbebenta, especially yung mga endangered species.
Oh, sir, this is the next question is actually related to that question. What can we do to encourage the whole Facebook company in helping us with the purpose of preventing illegal trades of wildlife? That's from Caesar Ian Pesimo.
That's a very good question kasi as users of Facebook, we have a voice. Pag marami nagdi-demand sa kanila na, you have to look into this, pay more attention to this, makikinig sila. And hopefully, more people will, put Facebook on notice na, this is not acceptable and you should do something about it. For example, yung mga fake news, di ba? Naging malaking issue sa Facebook yan dahil yung mga ibang bagay na obviously fake news, pinapayagan nila dahil free speech daw. Pero, again, may yung latest incident, yung may sinabing isang presidente na sa ibang bansa to, na napaka sama. Wala silang ginawa. So ano nangyari? Bumagsak yung stock ng Facebook dahil nag-pull out yung mga advertisers. So ganun. We need to demand change from Facebook. And meron silang opisina dito sa Pilipinas. Pwede natin silang sulatan, or yung regional office nila sa Singapore, pwede natin silang sulatan na hindi acceptable na kumikita sila dahil maraming nagla-log in sa Facebook, pinapatakbo to mga groups na nagbebenta ng illegal, pero wala silang ginagawa.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next, I think this is a more technical question. Di ko masyado naiintindihan, but it says how is horizontal scanning used in identifying illegally trafficked wildlife, especially on social media?
So basically you just go over posts sa Facebook, titignan mo yung ano ba yung meron sa Facebook ngayon. For example, you type in keywords, exotic pets, for example, or ivory. I can assure you, type in those keywords now, may makikita kayo. Hindi sa ibang bansa, pero dito sa Pilipinas mismo. So marami nagbebenta. So ang ibang may mga technique na ginagawa ang mga traders, ang ginagawa nila lately since minsan fina-flag down na ng AI ng Facebook yung mga, for example, elephant ivory. Most likely hindi ka papayagan ng program nila na ma-post mo yan.
Yes.
Okay? Tapos let's say elephant ivory tapos may presyo ka. So mafa-flag down yan. So, ang ginagawa ngayon ng mga traders, either pinapalitan nila yung spelling, dadagdagan ng dot, I.V.O.R.Y. Diba? So, it's the same thing. So, ang problema kasi, hindi mabilis yung yung mga idea ng mga illegal traders. So napakabagal ng response ng Facebook. So kaya ang nangyayari, nagiging epicenter talaga ang Facebook ng illegal wildlife trade. And as a company, I don't think gusto ng Facebook na ma-identify sila na sila ang epicenter ng illegal wildlife trade. Hindi lang dito sa Pilipinas, kundi sa maraming iba't ibang bansa.
Yeah, I think this is also a related question from Frances. Sir, was or were there large-scale assessments on the wildlife trade? The large scale of illegal trade could be cooperating outside the knowledge of social media, as this can be tracked easily by authorities. Among the wildlife, which group is the most traded illegally?
Well, birds are very popular. Marami kasi may interest sa ibon, pero for example, pero yung iba naman, hindi naman siya conservation concern. For example, yung mga African lovebirds, ang dami nagbe-breed. Marami nag-aalaga. And personally, I think dapat may deregulation ng mga certain species. Hindi pwedeng lahat bawal. For example, yung mga African lovebirds, bakit hindi natin payagan? Yung parakeets, no? Napaka-common nila, ang tagal-tagal nila sa aviculture, more than 100 years. And for the most part, hindi na sila kailangan kumuha sa wild. And in fact, ayaw nila ng wild form. Dahil yung wild form, it's very common. Gusto nila yung mutation na, yung may mga iba-ibang kulay and so on. So, it's, and I think, my personal opinion, na dapat may mga certain wildlife na payagan na matrade.
I think I'll read this question first. I think because it's medyo related to that last question. From Edgar Ibanez, is Facebook not liable for these violations of sale as a platform?
That's a very good question. And hindi ako lawyer, pero as an analogy, no? For example, meron kang warehouse. Nagpapaupa ka ng warehouse. Nahulian ng drugs doon sa warehouse. Usually, kinakasuhan din yung warehouse owner kasi liable ka. Using that analogy, dapat liable din ang Facebook. Kasi essentially, this is your property. No? Tapos, either dahil negligent ka, wala kang ginagawa, kaya merong ang daming nagpo-post ng illegal products sa platform mo or your property. So I think sa mga lawyers, dapat nilang tingnan to. At kung dapat kasuhan ng Facebook, kasuhan na nila.
Okay. So from John Sanchez naman, sir, is it better to regularize and monitor illegal trade so that it becomes legal, or just to end wildlife trade altogether?
Okay, so well, first, I don't think na dapat lahat pinapayagan, no? So hindi pwedeng lahat ng wildlife i-deregularize na lang natin, lahat pwede nang alagaan and so on, dahil may mga wildlife na hindi talaga suitable na ikulong. For example, may mga nagbe-breed ng tigers, no? And I hope you don't patronize them anymore because they breed tigers, they put them in small cages, and for, para lang ipagmalaki sa mga kaibigan nila na meron silang tiger. Pero, it's a misery to this wildlife. So, hindi dapat na pinapayagan yun. Although, kahit na may permit, dapat hindi pinapayagan. Di ba yung a few weeks ago, yung may nakatakas na ostrich.
Yes.
So, apparently, hindi maganda rin yung, yung kung saan nila inaalagaan yung ostrich, walang bubong and so on. Hindi ko na, it's based on the news. But, it's same situation. So, you're actually putting wildlife in misery. Mayroong ang sa batas natin kasi, pag pinatay mo yung wildlife, yun ang may pinakamataas na penalty sa batas natin ngayon. Pero, sa totoo lang, pag inaalagaan mo yung wildlife sa maling pamaraan, that's torture. That's worse than killing them outright. And I think dapat yung penalty nung pagpatay at saka yung mga illegal trade pantay sila. Dahil it's worse actually than killing wildlife outright.
All right. Okay, sir. Wait. Let me just check. Okay. Next question is from Al John Cabanas. He says, thank you very much, sir, for the very interesting talk, Sir Emerson. Do you think there is a decline? Wait, it moved lang. Wait. Parang nawala yung question. Parang, do you think... In-answer na yata wait Well, from what I remember, nawala yung question, sir. But parang from what I remember, do you think there's a decline in illegal trade now that COVID has happened? Parang yun yung question. Yeah.
For certain species, because they cannot move the wildlife. For example, sa Palawan, medyo nahirapan sila i-move yung mga wildlife from Palawan to Luzon. Kumonte, pero it's just it's temporary. However, for certain species, napapalusot pa rin nila. For example, yung mga pangolin, right a few days after the lockdown in here in the NCR, merong na-rescue na pangolin sa Quiapo. And then, a few weeks after that, meron na-rescue sa probinsya. So, ibig sabihin na nakakapasok pa rin sila. So, kasi they can make a lot of profit by dealing in illegal products and wildlife. Talagang sinusubukan nila ang nagpapalakas kasi ng loob sa kanila rin dahil available ang wildlife crime. So yun yung yun ang sa tingin ko isa sa mga problema.
Okay, sir. Next question is from Frances. Do you have any information about illegal trades in relation to aquatic organisms in our country? And what are those species?
Marami. Sobrang dami. If we're just talking about not following regulations, for example, sa BFAR, pinagbabawal mag-import ng hipon, no? Pinagbabawal mag-import ng yung pleco. Pero ang dami nagpaparating. So, ano nangyayari? I think BFAR should answer that because, you can walk around to pet stores and pet centers and you see them openly traded, but wala silang ginagawa.
Okay. Sir, next question is from Josel Cruz. Are the sanctions in RA 9147 enough to prevent illegal wildlife trade?
Sa tingin ko, enough siya kung ipapatupad. Kung, for example, there is a crime, mahuhuli siya. Ang challenge kasi ngayon, let's say out of 100, baka wala pang isa yung nahuli. So you need about 1,000 bago may mahuling isa. So yun yung problema, yung implementation ng batas. You can always increase the penalties. Let's say may proposal ngayon na to strengthen the Wildlife Act. You can increase the penalty even to 1 billion pesos. It doesn't mean anything kung wala ring nahuhuli, 'di ba? Hindi ini-implement yung batas. Tapos yung may on top of that, meron silang sa proposal gusto nilang isingit yung administrative adjudication. Magiging problema yon sa tingin ko dahil ang mangyayari, magkakabayaran na lang ng you just pay a fine and then you're home free. I think the jail sentence is the deal clincher. Meaning, kung ako yung illegal trader, matatakot ako doon sa jail sentence, hindi doon sa fine. Kasi yung fine, kikitain ko ulit yan.
Mm.
So, pag na-approve yung administrative adjudication, magiging malaking problema yun.
Okay, sir. Here's another interesting question. Mukhang iba naman to. How, from Christopher Rembert Mariano, how could we easily identify poached plants from the commonly acquired ones?
Okay, sa plants, medyo mahirap, no? But merong mga scientific techniques to identify them. For example, you test the soil, you test the carbon in the plants and so on. It can be done, pero ginagawa ba? Mukhang hindi. Dahil maraming plants na acquired from the wild, you know, and then binebenta as propagated. So, it's a very challenging task, pero kung gugustuhin, kaya naman gawin.
Okay. Next question, sir, from May Diezmos. Based on your studies, which species of plants or animals are highly traded? And how much in pesos is the highest on record in terms of trade price?
Okay, so sa plants, sa ngayon, yung mga agarwood, maraming nahuhuli, no? In the last few years, ang daming nahuhuli, especially sa Mindanao and Central Philippines. Naiinganyo kasi mga tao na mamuto lang kahoy ng Aquilaria species, hoping na infected yung plant and they can get the agarwood. Pero of course, hindi naman lahat na puno infected nung nagkakaroon ng agarwood dahil sa infection. So, ang dami nahuhuli. In fact, just, I think it was last week, may nahuli na naman. No, a few days ago, may Indian national nahuli ang NBI. That's one. Pero yung for plants na inaalagaan sa bahay, of course, yung orchids, yun yung mga sikat at mahal. And yung mga new species, of course, yung mga wala yung mga kaibigan mo, mga plantito, plantitas, yun ang gusto nila. Pagdating naman sa wildlife, any endangered species, especially if they're not from the Philippines, gusto nila yan. Mataas ang presyo. For example, yung plowshare tortoise from Madagascar, it's a very critically endangered species. An adult can fetch up to 2 million pesos each. At merong mga na-smuggle na dito sa Pilipinas at binebenta from time to time.
Okay, sir. There are actually a lot more questions, but I'm sorry I have to end the Q&A for this talk. But I think maybe Sir Emerson can answer these questions through the BCSP Facebook page. So just type in your questions there, and maybe he can reply to you in the Facebook page. All right. Thank you, Sir Emerson.
All right. Thanks again, everyone.
Okay. Now we move on to the highlight of this event, the student presentations. Let me just tell you that the research presentations that you will see today and tomorrow are actually the finalists already. They were selected from all the abstract submissions by first an abstract review by abstract review committee, and then by a separate panel of judges based on, take note, not just the usual written abstract, but on a 3-minute video on 3-minute video abstracts that they have submitted after attending a week-long digital webinar series on science communication, data presentation, and basics of video storytelling and production several weeks ago. If you want to watch all the video abstracts submitted, finalists and otherwise, they are available at the BCSP's YouTube channel. So subscribe na kayo, guys. Links to the finalists' video abstracts can also be found at the BCSP's Facebook page. The digital webinar series is also available at the BCSP's Facebook page and YouTube channel. Okay, so today, these finalists will be presenting their research studies with us. starting with the high school category. Our high school presenters today come from different parts of the country. Each of the presentation will end with a 5-minute Q&A from this category's judges. Again, our judges are Miss Nancy Ibuna, who will be moderating the said Q&A, Dr. Renee Lorica, and Dr. Jade Badon. Okay, our first presenter is from Ligao National High School in Ligao, Albay, with a study entitled Preliminary Avifaunal Assessment in the Vicinity of Mount Masarga Watershed Forest Reserve. Let's call on Renato R. Fresha IV.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. The video will be played by the organizers. That we present the video to the organizers. Oh,
Okay, I think yeah, let's wait for the video.
Good afternoon. I am Renato Fresha IV of Ligao National High School in Ligao City, Albay, and I am here to present to you our study entitled Preliminary Avifaunal Assessment in the Vicinity of Mount Masarga Watershed and Forest Reserve. Birds play an important role in maintaining ecological balance. They play an essential role in pollination and in seed dispersion. Similarly, most bird species are insectivores and efficiently control insect and pests in agriculture and horticulture. Also, they are major bioindicators of mountain forest ecosystem. However, industrial development and anthropological changes have degraded habitats and caused ecological balance to change. This poses a threat to various floral and faunal species, including our birds. The province of Albay was declared by UNESCO as a biosphere reserve last 2016 and is home to 3 mountains, the world-renowned Mount Mayon, Mount Malinao, and Mount Masarga. We have chosen Mount Masarga Watershed and Forest Reserve for a study not only because it hosts a variety of floral and faunal species, but also because it is not free from the effect of development and other human activities. Moreover, Mount Masarga Watershed and Forest Reserve also serve as the major source of water in the city of Ligao and other nearby municipalities. This prompted the researchers to do the preliminary avifaunal assessment in the vicinity of Mount Masarga, specifically in the barangay Herrera and Amtik, Ligao City, to produce a database that can be used to develop plans on the preservation and protection of our avian species. The objectives of our study were to provide a taxonomic account of the avian species in the study area, to assess the number of avian species thriving within the area, and to determine the endemicity and nativity of the avian species present. The study was conducted in the month of February 2020, which was already the post-winter season and 2 months since the onslaught of Typhoon Kamuri, locally known as Typhoon Tisoy. In order for us to gather data, we used the following instrument, application, and guides. We sought permission to conduct our study from the Community Environment and the Natural Resources Office in Ginubatan, Albay, which has jurisdiction over the site. We were permitted to conduct the study only at the vicinity of Mount Masarga Watershed and Forest Reserve, given our experience and expertise. We specifically chose the barangays of Amtik and Herrera due to their proximity. We categorize our sites into disturbed area, less disturbed area, and no disturbance. We consider area as disturbed if the area has development and is frequented by human or has constant human activity. We choose the road to campsite and the campsite itself in Amtik, Ligao City because there are a lot of houses and farm. On the other hand, an area is considered as less disturbed if there are no visible development and is less frequented by human or there is minimal human activity. We chose the mountain bike trail as this area is rarely visited. Lastly, an area is considered undisturbed if there is no development and there is little to no evidence of human activity. We chose the area near the water source and tall trees stand sturdily, which does make the area a perfect habitat for avian species. Opportunistic sampling was used throughout the study. Photographs, record of calls, and direct identification were used to gather data. The following statistical tool was used to determine the endemism of avifaunal species present. For the results, we were able to identify a total of 787 individuals, which accounts for 38 species of birds distributed within 26 families and 36 genera. It can be noted that some species of birds were observed at all sites, such as common swift and the Philippine bulbul. Meanwhile, there were species which can only be seen in the specific sites and not on the other sites. This may be due to several reasons, which may include but not limited to difference in vegetation, availability of food, or the presence of predators. Our findings also showed that from the different sites, the greatest number of species identified was from the no disturbance site and the least number of species came from the disturbed area. The data gathering was done in the month of February and is a post-winter season, which leads birds to migrate more to undisturbed and wet areas, search of food and water. However, it is also noteworthy to mention that there were more individuals found in the disturbed area than in less disturbed area. This may be due to the presence of agricultural farms in the area, which provides an abundant supply of food for the birds, and also the species observed in the disturbed area mostly went in flock, which led to greater individual but lesser species count. In terms of endemicity and nativity, our data shows that most of the birds found in the vicinity of Mount Masarga are classified as native rather than endemic. Our statistics reveal that the endemism in the study site was only at 21.053%, which is relatively lower than the 35% endemism of bird species found in the country. Endemic species are specialists when it comes to their habitat. That is why they were mostly observed in undisturbed areas. Meanwhile, native species are flexible and can easily adapt to new environments, which can result to a greater number of native species than endemic species. As it was the post-winter season, there were only a few migratory birds species present. The Eurasian tree sparrow, which is widely distributed in the Philippines, was the only invasive bird species identified. The common swift is the most abundant avian species with 116 occurrences, followed by the Philippine bulbul and black-naped oriole. The family Columbidae was the most dominant with 6 species, while the Stratophilia and Lanius were the richest genera, having 2 species. This implies that the vicinity of Mount Masarga still holds a diverse population of avian species, even with the devastation brought by the Typhoon Kamuri, locally known as Bagyong Tisoy in 2019. High biodiversity of avian species indicates a stable and balanced ecosystem. The study revealed that the vicinity of Mount Masaraga has a diverse range of avian species. However, it has also revealed that there is a lack of endemic species within the study area. From the findings, it can be concluded that there is a need of much greater effort for the conservation of avian species, especially endemic species. It is therefore recommended that the local government unit use the identification for strategic planning to support conservation efforts. Thank you very much for listening.
All right. Thank you very much, Renato. Well, I agree. Saving birds is really important in having a sustainable environment. So now we go to the Q&A with our judges to be moderated by Miss Nancy Ibuna.
All right. Thank you again, Jeff. Renato, hello. Kumusta ka?
Okay man po, ma'am.
Okay man. Oo.
Yes po.
First of all, I would like to congratulate you for having the chance to be able to present your study. Good work. Thank you for taking interest in this type of work this early on in your career as a hopefully a wildlife researcher. Anyway, ang first question ko, Renato, will be are you aware if there are any other studies done previously on Mount Masaraga? My question is basically something on
Yes, ma'am.
made you take interest in having or implementing this study in Mount Masaraga.
Yes, ma'am. May previous study na po, ma'am, about ma'am sa Mount Masaraga.
Anong year? Can you remember what year was the initial study conducted?
Regularly po, ma'am.
Okay. So regularly merong nagko-conduct ng study dito sa area na to. And would you know what institution?
Po, ma'am.
Alam mo sino yung nagko-conduct ng study on a regular basis dito sa Mount Masaraga?
BU, ma'am.
Okay. That's good. Sige. Siguro if you will be continuing on this particular study, although I don't know if you did that already, but just failed to include that in the presentation, it will be good to correlate the results of your study with previous studies so that you can have an idea of parang relatively how the importance of this particular study with regards to the previous studies conducted. Ginawa niyo ba yon or
Not yet po, ma'am.
not yet? So siguro as you continue on, it will be good to correlate that to the previous studies as well. All right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po.
Okay, sige. Also, pati din doon sa results, if you can get hold of the results or the data for other nearby key biodiversity areas. I'm not sure kung Ligaw Alba, I'm not sure kung ano yung pinakamalapit na KBA, probably Mount Isarog, no? I'm not sure. So it's good also to determine the results of your study relative to the biodiversity of other KBAs. All right, sige. Probably my other co-judges can have questions. Renee or Jade?
Me. Okay, I'll go next. Can you hear
All right,
me, Renato?
Jade, go ahead, Jade.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's your research is very interesting, especially that your results show that they almost have the same diversity even after the typhoon, because that's my result with my butterflies here in the Philippines. They almost have the same diversity even or before and after typhoons, and it's great to know that it's also similar with your result. And then I also have my question is did you notice any in terms of the population of each species, do you notice any differences between before and after typhoons?
We didn't notice that, sir.
Oh, you didn't notice. Okay, thank you for that.
It's not part of our study, sir.
Okay.
It's not part of our study.
Okay. My other question would be, with your results, how many do you think of the bird species are insectivorous?
I think
just a rough number, if you know.
More or less 15 species.
More or less 15 species. Well, that's still a good number for giveros. So probably in your result, you can also divide the number of species based on their diet. Probably they're frugivorous or insectivorous or generalist. I think that would also be great in your result. But anyway, I like your presentation. I like your results
Thank
and
you, sir,
the
for
delivery.
the recommendation.
Sure. And I think that's all for my question and comments. How about
Alright.
the other
Thank you,
judge?
sir.
Thank you, Jade. Renee, would you have questions for Renato?
Yes, I do. Hi, Renato. Thank you so much. Nag-enjoy ako dun sa video presentation mo. Ang galing ng pagkakagawa. Maraming
After-
salamat.
Thank you, ma'am.
So yung one of my questions pertains dun sa observation mo regarding kasi sinabi mo kanina dun sa video na napansin mo na yung mga flocking species and this is the reason why maraming count with the of birds in the disturbed habitats. So sa tingin mo, anong implication ng pagkakaroon ng mas maraming flocking species or mas maraming bird individuals sa isang disturbed habitat versus sa isang less disturbed habitat, for example?
Ang magiging implication po nito, ma'am, ay dadami yung number of species that you can see in the area. Pwede din mabawasan. Pwede din po, ma'am, mabawasan. Pwede din po maging, yung iba po, ma'am, pwede siya maging pest, ma'am, at pwede rin maging prey ng ibang birds. Birds po, ma'am. Yun po, ma'am.
Okay. That's gusto ko yung sagot mo kasi may follow-up question ako dun sa sagot mo na. So, pag sinabi kasi nating pest, this is very relative. So, pwedeng peste siya sa iba, pwedeng hindi sa peste
Yes,
sa
ma'am.
iba. So, pag sinabi mo bang pest sa pananaw ng mga tagaligaw, ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng pest species sa kanila? For birds?
Ano po, ma'am? Pest, ma'am, hindi po siya dito, ma'am. Parang nakakasira po siya, ma'am, sa lugar and nagiging threat po siya, ma'am, sa ibang organism po, ma'am, that you can see at Mount Masarada, ma'am. Yun po, ma'am.
Thank you, Renato. Yun lang yung question ko and congratulations. Sana
Thank you po, ma'am.
magpatuloy kayo ng ginagawa niyo dun sa Ligaw
Yes, ma'am.
for our biodiversity. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
ma'am.
Yeah,
Thank you
I
po, ma'am.
agree. Thank you, Renee and Jade, for the questions to Renato, and also thank you, Renato, for doing a great job. Again, congratulations and keep it up. I echo Renee's sentiment. Sana ipagpatuloy ninyo yung ganito ninyong initiative. So I guess
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
it for the judges Q&A. For the attendees, I believe after the 3 presenters, don't worry, we will still have an opportunity for you guys to answer to throw in your questions to our presenters. Back to you, Jeff.
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you again to all the judges and, of course, to Renato. Again, reminders to those typing in their questions already or who will be typing in later, please indicate the surname of the presenter followed by your question. So for the previous presenter, it's Fresha. And then put in Fresha, Frecia, and then your question. Okay? All right, let's move on to our second research study entitled Scale Structure and Reflectance Activity of Metapocyrtus apoensis schultz. I hope I said it right. Again, scale structure and reflectance activity of Metapocyrtus apoensis schultz, 1925, with updates on its distribution in Mindanao, the Philippines. Be presented by Arabel Magtulis from Central Mindanao University Laboratory High School in Valencia, Bukidnon. Arabel?
Yes. To our dear panel of evaluators and judges, to our co-research enthusiasts, to the BCSP community, and to everyone who are watching this event, good afternoon. This is Arabal Magtulis from Central Mindanao University Laboratory High School, and in behalf of my research team, I would like to present our study entitled Scale Structure and Reflectance Activity of Metapocertus apuensis, Schultz, 1925, with updates on its distribution in Mindanao, the Philippines. The Philippines, one of the mega-diverse countries, is inhabited by interesting group of beetles called jewel weevils. They are called jewel weevils due to the clear patterns and structure on its colorful scales, which can be mostly noticed in its elytra. This is commonly known as photonic crystals. These crystals are the most complex structures in the living organisms, which creates colors by splitting the white light in its components. So why are these species interesting? It is because these weevils are hyper diverse. In fact, at present, there are 51,000 species of weevils in 4,600 genera worldwide. In the Philippines, 15 genera were classified, which includes 400 to 500 species, 90% of which are endemic to the archipelago. Most of these weevils are categorized as vulnerable. Based on different researches from different sources, these weevils have unique electoral patterns. However, it has been found out that they lack ecological and locality data, and it needed taxonomic revisions. One of its known genus is the Metapocertus. Currently, there had been 200 species recorded in the Philippines, and one of the known endemic species in the Philippines, specifically in Mindanao, is the Metapocertus apuensis. This species was lately recorded from Davao region, specifically in Marilog Forest Reserve and in Mount Apo. Studying the characteristics of these organisms is important for us to understand the components and structures responsible to their iridescent colors. This study links the perspective of biology and physical sciences. Currently, there are no studies conducted on Mindanao endemic weevils, specifically from the genus Metapocertus, regarding the nature of their scales. Thus, this study was conducted to update the distribution of Metapocertus apuensis Schultz 1925 in Mindanao, to describe the species, to formulate updates to its taxonomy and classifications, and to provide baseline information on its scale structure and reflectance activity. Results of this study would provide additional information on the occurrence and richness of the weevils. It would give additional data on its taxonomy. It would formulate ecological information. It can be a basis for bio-inspired materials, and it updates the distribution of the species in Mindanao. The study covers some EDX and UV-vis spectrometry as the analysis materials, and the site of the study is within Mount Calayo, Muson, Maramag, Bukidnon, Philippines only. Mount Calayo, Muson, Maramag, Bukidnon was surveyed last February 2020. This area was surveyed due to its intact forest and accessibility. This mountain ecosystem is one of the long-term ecological sites in Mindanao, located at central Mindanao with an elevation of 400 to 750 meters above sea level. The area can be considered as a lower datericarp forest surrounded by agroforest ecosystem due to the cultivated shifting of farm crops. Water systems can also be observed in the area, such as creeks, canals, and swamps. The standard belt transect sampling method with combination of opportunistic sampling was employed in the study. The specimens of Metapocertus apuensis were encountered along the transect, covering 10 meters by 5 meters on both sides, and the specimens were collected through handpicked whenever encountered during the diurnal sampling. Collected specimens were then killed in jars with ethyl acetate, preserved in silica gel, brought to the laboratory, and air-dried and photographed. At most, 3 individuals of this species were collected in accordance to the Wildlife Gatricious Permit issued by the DENR. A specimen of M. apuensis was examined under a stereo microscope and photographed using a Canon camera. Following measurements were then taken: the total body length, the antennal length, rostrum length and width, head length and width, electral length and width, and the legs. Scanning electron microscope, or SEM, was used to provide to have real space information on the structure of the scales, while energy dispersive X-ray or EDX was used for the elemental analysis of the Weevil scales. A reflectance analysis was also done using the ultraviolet visible spectrometer. Morphological data of the Metapocertus apuensis in terms of its length and width were measured, as shown in the presentation. The specimens were collected mostly in vegetation of shrubland species and ferns at the lower mountain elevation of Mount Calayo, Musuan, Maramang, Bukidnon. The distribution of the species were secluded but rich as per observed during the collection. It is distinctive and rare to find Metapocertus species in Mount Calayo because its elevation is not as high compared to the elevation of other mountains such as the Marilog Forest Reserve, the Mount Kitanglad, Mount Apo, and other prominent mountains in Mindanao wherein these said species settle dominantly. This implies that M. apuensis are one of the species of Metapocertus that are highly adaptive to environmental changes and with no specific food preference, which enables them to survive in wide ranges of habitat types, especially in lower elevation. M. apuensis inhabits tropical mountainous rainforest of Mindanao at 500 to 1,700 meters above sea level, known from Davao region by the study of Muhagan et al. 2018 and Cabras et al. 2016, and the Bukidnon region, which is the present study. The table shown in the presentation shows the list of the locality investigated in this study, together with information on coordinates, elevation, duration of the research, and reference for each. Metapocertus apuensis has an overall darkly black colored body with an elytra almost covered with dense blue, green, and yellow spots. The Weevil M. apuensis has a relatively uniform metallic color. This color is derived from scales that are about 50 to 70 micrometers in diameter, and the hairs are irregularly scattered on the body with a total length of 60 to 70 micrometers and the total width of 6 to 7 micrometers. Analysis of the particles in the Weevil's elytra done by EDX reveals to contain several elements that would contribute to its iridescence. These are carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, which comes in relatively high atomic concentration. The table and graph shown in the presentation shows the several elements that contribute to the Weevil's iridescence. To quantify the observed scale colors, the reflectance spectra of the Weevil scale were measured with a spectrometer. When analyzed using a UV-vis spectrometer with normal incidence illumination at 90 degrees with respect to the surface, it shows that the peak reflectance occurs at a wavelength of 569.7 nanometers. This explains the yellow-green iridescence observed on the dorsal side of the Weevil. Measurement of the integral reflectance of the scale assembly in electron pits yielded spectra matching the spectrum of a green foliaceous background. These suggest that the scale set of the Weevil is optimized for camouflage for distant predators. However, the concentration of the glittering scales in distinct pits causes a spotted patterning for observers that are at close range. The bright patterning may allow ready recognition for nearby non-specific. Therefore, based on the results of the study, it provided an updated distribution of Metapocertus apuensis Schultz 1935 in Mindanao, with new locality records in Mount Calaymusuan and Mount Kitanglad, Lantapan. Moreover, the habitat and ecology of this species were observed in which it inhabits wide ranges of habitat types that greatly differs in elevation and vegetation. Using spectrometry, it was found out that the Weevil scales are 50 to 70 micrometers in diameter, which is almost circular in shape. An irregular nipple-like scale surface, which is first to be observed in a Weevil scales, specifically from the genus Metapocertus. Major element components such as carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, silicon, and aluminum contributes to the Weevil's iridescence. And reflectance activity revealed a wavelength of 569.7 nanometers, which explains the yellow-green iridescence on the Weevil's dorsum. Thus, this study highly recommends to test other Philippine endemic weevils to determine to differentiate their scale structure and reflectance activities across species, which is a potential tool in understanding the photonic activities of the weevils. It could also help us in understanding their taxonomy. Despite a widespread distribution of these species in Mindanao, anthropogenic disturbances such as agricultural activities extend to their habitat. Protection initiatives for this Mindanao endemic species must be implemented. Let's take care of this jewel of natures, conserving biodiversity, conserving living jewels, conserving generations. Thank you, and thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you very much. Nice one, Arabelle. Truly living jewels of nature indeed. As the title of your video abstract says. And now for the audience questions. The surname to type is Magtulis, Magtulis. And then your question. For now, I'd like to turn over the floor to one of our judges, Miss Nancy.
All right. Thank you again, Jeff. Hi, Ara. How are you? Hello. Hi, Ara. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah. How are you? Kumusta ka?
I'm doing great, ma'am.
That's good. That's good. Also, congratulations for your talk. It was very well done. Thank you for your hard work. Ano. From my end, I'm curious to know what made you work on this particular species of the weevil. Parang what caught your interest? Why this particular species? Why weevils?
We decided to study weevils, ma'am, because it is very least studied, ma'am, and it is endemic to Mindanao, ma'am. And gathering information regarding it would gonna help others to classify to update the taxonomic data of other weevils.
Alright. So do you have any interest to pursue or conduct further studies, or at least the institution where you are connected with currently? Do you plan to conduct a more detailed study, or probably do surveys in other areas in Mindanao? I believe this is Mindanao endemic, and you mentioned that is widely distributed. You mentioned a few areas like Mount Apo, Mount Kitanglad. Probably there are other areas wherein it is also it can also be found. So are you planning to do surveys in other areas in Mindanao?
Yes, very much, ma'am. If given a chance, ma'am, to have another study in other species of weevils, ma'am, we would be very honored to do it, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ara. I'll pass it on to my co-judges, Jade or Renee.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go next.
All right. All right, Jade, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. That was a very interesting talk, Ara, and it's nice to see or listen to some research like this, especially insects here in the Philippines. And my question is, with your study and result, I think for me, we can have some technological developments that inspired by your study, especially for beetles with the reflectance activity. Can you think of something that we can apply this kind of your result in terms of technology, like a biomimicry technology inspired by nature?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, we would also like to add it in our recommendation to have it tested again, sir, under scanning electron microscopy, sir, for by removing its cuticle, sir. Okay. It is some studies, sir, use the structures of these weevils, sir, for example, the bio-inspired materials, sir, for biomimicry, and we would like to encourage future researchers, sir, to have a research on biophotonics, sir, because it would greatly help the economy of not just our country, sir, but also in others, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's really good. I mean, I can only think of one thing. Probably we can, probably biomimicry based in our roof system that is inspired by the scales of the beetles. Probably will reflect more of the heat from the sun, and it's cooler. I don't care if my roof, my house would look like a beetle as long as it will be cooler inside. So I think this is a great a great start to do further research. Probably we can apply this with our cars and the buildings. So yeah, I like this research, and congratulations. And that's it.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Ara. I'll have to request Renee to put her question on hold for the open forum. I think we're running out of time. Okay, Renee. Okay lang. Save it for the Q&A later. So I guess, again, thank you, Ara. Good work. And I'll see you again later during the Q&A. Back to you, Jeff.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Arabelle, and thank you, judges. We're on to our third presenter. Our last but definitely not the least for the high school category is from my high school alma mater. Don't worry, hindi naman ako judge. He's from Philippine Science High School main campus in Diliman, Quezon City. He is Edward Perez Belen with the study Diversity of the avian population of the contiguous green spaces of Philippine Science High School main campus and Ninoy Aquino Parks and Wildlife Center. Okay, Edward, are you ready?
Hello po. Hello po.
Okay.
Okay.
Edward, you may now take the floor.
Okay, so good morning. I am Edward Perez Billian, and on behalf of my other group mates, Giancarlo Morondos and Gracie Jimenez, I'm here to present to you our research entitled Diversity of the Avian Population of the Contiguous Green Spaces of Philippine Science High School main campus and Ninoy Aquino Parks and Wildlife Center. So we all know that biodiversity is good. Biodiversity is a good thing, as we've agreed on our previous speakers. So it's good that we're studying biodiversity. But we can't study all the organisms of all the communities of all the species in the area. So we have these so-called indicator species or indicator groups. These are groups or species that more or less respond to their environment, from which we can derive inferences from when studying an ecosystem's health. So for the next 10 minutes, we'll be talking about birds, which are an indicator group. So birds live everywhere from forests to mountains, and even in cities and urban landscapes. And in urban landscapes, they live in these patches of green area, of greenery and vegetation we call urban green spaces. Now, the ecological problem we are facing today is that green spaces have been decreasing both in size and in number. Sir Ben Vallejo, in his 2009 Philstar article, actually gave us a number. He said 13% green cover in Metro Manila. So it's really important that we monitor and study how our bird friends are doing. But what exactly do we need when monitoring and observing birds in urban spaces? So we want to produce a biodiversity index. This is a number that is used to quantify how diverse a community is. We take note of notable behavior and their interactions with the environment, especially because urban landscapes have very specific and very unique interactable spaces and factors that we can only see in that area. And of course, we need to provide an updated species list on what species can be seen in that area, so that we can monitor eventually if the species are gaining more or becoming less. So there's also we can study the whole of Metro Manila. So we chose these two contiguous green spaces, Philippine Science High School main campus and Ninoy Aquino Parks and Wildlife Center. This gives us an opportunity to contrast a protected green space with a green space that has been undergoing heavy urbanization recently because of the shift to K-12. We can also view this as just one contiguous green space with a highly urbanized chunk on the left side, whereby birds can move from one side to another without looking at the boundaries. So we further divided these into qualitative subsites. Although these aren't comparable in size, this was useful in our in our monthly surveys, we go from one site to another, and eventually our discussions where we discuss the birds that we saw with the qualitative features of that specific site. So quickly, let's go over them. Site 1 is a man-made wetland, as you can see in the image on the left. Site 2 is forest with several native trees because the Energy Development Corporation, through their Binhi project, actually planted a lot of trees here, and it was featured in the audiovisual present earlier, if you remember. Site 3 is another forest that's separated from EDC by infrastructure. Site 4 is grassland, which is the PSH's field. And then site 5 is a large infrastructure. This is our gymnasium. Next, we divided NAPWC into the forest into two halves because it's separated by administrative buildings and attractions. And of course, the man-made lagoon is another subsite. Using standard birdwatching equipment, we used binoculars, a spotting scope, digital camera, and a guide to the birds of the Philippines by Kadi et al. As our main bird guide. So we used a seen-only, heard-only approach. We didn't capture any birds. We just listened for their calls and looked at them through our binoculars. Using the Yokimaki protocol, which just states that you span the area in a zigzag pattern at a constant fast pace to avoid double counts. And we did this for twice a month per site from November 2018 to November 2019. So 4 surveys per month. What did we find? We found 34 total species. These are our top 10 species by count. Yes, let's have a look at them. And these groups aren't mutually exclusive. This doesn't comprise the whole species. These are just common groupings that birders use when grouping avian species. And for the following pictures that you will see, some of our images are blurred. So in order for us to appreciate the birds that we saw, we sourced some of them externally. So if it has no border, it's our own. And if it has border, it's externally sourced. So we found 7 species. Let's take a look at them. And 5 migratory species. And we found 7 waterbird species. And lastly, we found 1 raptor species. This specific Philippine serpent eagle, we did not find actual documentation for it, like paper documentation. But when we asked the personnel in NAPWC, they said that this is in fact a wild Philippine serpent eagle and not an escaped one. So we saw it actually eating a squirrel one time, although I don't have a picture for it. But this is still interesting because squirrels in Metro Manila are known to be invasive. The possibility of having this raptor as the pioneer predator to these squirrels is studied to pursue. Last 2012, there was a study by a group of PSHS researchers that surveyed the avian population of PSHS. We did not see 5 species from their species list. 4 of those were actually seen in the Aranan Creek that was recently covered up last 2017. So we postulate that the covering of this Araran Creek drove the bird species away from this from PSHS. So actually 3 out of the 4 species seen in Araran Creek were confirmed water birds by the Wild Bird Club of the Philippines. And then this is the proportion of bird counts classified according to residency. This is aggregated. We have resident species as our most dominant species. This is our effort. What we're looking for here is a plateauing of the tail end of the line graph, which if it plateaus, it means that we've exhausted all our efforts to list all the species in the area. So as you can see, I found 1 additional species in our last day of study. So maybe if we continued, we would have seen 1 or 2 more studies. So that is that is recommended, although it was plateauing already. Next. I seem to be lagging. Yan. Our top two most abundant birds are the Eurasian tree sparrow and yellow-vented bulbul. Vallejo et al. In 2014 actually cited these two birds as the contrast between building favoring and tree favoring abundant species. So even though we didn't geographically compute for it, we did see that the Eurasian tree sparrows were almost exclusively the birds found in the gym, which is Site 5, which is a large infrastructure. So the so it corroborates Vallejo's claim that one is the building favoring abundant species and the other is the tree favoring abundant species. The following graphs are trends, are interesting trends that we found. The Philippine pied fantail, which is an endemic species, declined over the months of August, September, October, and November. First, we didn't know why, but then with further search of literature, we found out that they're very territorial. And during the months of September to November, the chicken coops of the agriculture class of PSHS were being set up. So the chicken feeds attracted flocks and flocks of Eurasian tree sparrows that we postulate could have driven all the territorial Philippine pied fantails away. This is the population trend of our brown shrikes. We saw that they followed the theoretical migration period according to Kennedy, which is a good thing. This is our population trend for the zebra dove. As you can see, the best fit line doesn't really fit. The data points are very stochastic. That is because we observed that the zebra doves follow the routine maintenance of the PSH's field, wherein they're present when the grass is high and they're not there when the grass is low. So with the further literature search, we confirmed that their main diet is grass seeds. So they were there foraging and eating on the seeds of the mature grass. Lastly, we go back to the yellow-vented bulbul. We saw them emigrate during the months of February to May to NAPWC. As you can see, the graph of PSHS dipped to almost zero, while the total count of NAPWC didn't decrease, it increased. So graphically, we saw this, and also anecdotally, we saw flocks and flocks of NAPWC emigrate to the Manila palm, which was fruit in NAPWC, while PSHS didn't have any of this tree. So this is an interesting local emigration of the YVB. So we go on to our numbers. Let's take a look at the similarity coefficient first. This is a number from 0 to 1 used to compare two sites. 0 means that they're completely different. 1 means they're one and the same. So 0.640 would mean that they're more similar. So let's take a look at our numbers in accordance in the context of a 2009 study by Vallejo et al. We saw that the NAPWC indices that we had fared higher than theirs. This may be positive in the case that the facilities of NAPWC was improving, or negative in the case that all the adjacent green spaces are becoming lesser and they've been migrating to NAPWC for refuge. The PSHs, on the other hand, fared slightly lower than all the other Manila green space indices. So in conclusion, the contiguous green spaces producing values of 2.033 and 4.119 are rich, though uneven, with a high dominance of just a few species. 47% of the species listed a total count of only less than 10, or equal to 10 per species. So behavior was noted to be affected by territoriality, such as our story with the fantail, diet, such as the YVB frugivores, habitat, and migration, such as the brown shrike migration. So when we quick lang, we can maintain our existing green spaces. We can cultivate our own backyard green spaces with conscious scientific effort, not just for aesthetic purposes. So we can plant native trees. We don't plant mahoganies. We can stand to have our grass a bit taller because they produce food for our birds, even though it's aesthetic that the grass is freshly mown. We can participate in local government policy making and join groups like BCSP. And we can do that, appreciate our urban birds as they are. So these are our resources. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Edward. Ma'am?
Hello.
Miss Nancy?
Yeah, all right.
You now take the floor for
Thank you,
the question.
Edward. Thank you again, and congratulations for your talk, for your study. Good work. I will have, and I also have to. I also want to thank you for mentioning, for mentioning our company, Energy Development Corporation, our Arboretum. I hope I do not need to inhibit myself from judging because of that. But anyway, I will have to. I will have to throw in. I will have to ask Renee to ask the question. I think in the interest of time. Renee, can you ask one question for Edward?
Sure. Edward, congratulations. This is a really nice presentation. And I just have to say this, I really love the graphics. It's just beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
You didn't say this in your presentation per se, but I read this in your abstract. You mentioned something about that your study, you noticed the difference between your study and previous studies in other parts of Metro Manila. Apart from just having 1 year to do the observation, apart from that duration, do you think there are other factors that could have contributed to the differences in between your study and these other studies in other parts of Metro Manila?
Yes po. Yes po. Of course, the study we're using was 11 years ago. So an update on the indices of those areas would be nice to compare with. Besides time frame, the space, PSHSMC is a relatively small green space. So that may also be a contributing factor. The human activity in these areas are higher than some of the green spaces that I've mentioned. So those are just few of the other factors.
Thank you, Edward. I hope you guys continue on doing these types of studies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Renee. Jade, do you have a question for Edward?
Yeah, just probably a continuation with or a follow-up question from Mom Renee. Especially with with the fantail. What do you think is the main diet of the fantails in your study, or if you noticed?
We did not see any eating fantails in our study. Mostly we saw them fanning their tails among other organisms, signifying that this is my territory. Based on literature, we saw that they're generalist insectivores. So they did not have interest in the chicken feeds, perhaps, that were being given.
Okay, yeah, that's a good, interesting topic because probably some of the bird species are, of course, they have frugivorous, and then some are insectivorous. So probably those species that you have, they have their own specific diets, and knowing their diets could also help the preservation of the area. So yeah, that's a very interesting topic, especially now we are on the idea of urban biodiversity. So that was a great presentation. Congrats.
Thank you po.
All right. Thank you, Jade. And again, thank you, Edward. At this point, we are opening the floor for questions from the audience, from our other listeners. I'll be reading from the Q&A box. I see some questions for kay Renato. Renato, are you there?
Yes, Mom.
All right. There's a question here for you. Did you observe mixed species flocks in the different sampling sites? The question is from Jennifer Lepting.
We did observe that too.
Oh, you did not observe mixed species. All right. And then I see two related questions for Arabel naman. Arabel, can you hear me? All right, sige. There's one question from Cheryl Yap. Why does this species need to have an iridescent scale structure? What is the purpose of these scales? And also, can we use the scale patterns and structure as basis for the identification of this species? From Paul Henry Coho.
Paulit po, ma'am. No question.
Hello, Arabel.
Ma'am.
Okay, can you hear me? Do I come in clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
sige.
ma'am.
May dalawang questions for you. The first one is, why does this species need to have an iridescent scale structure? And what is the purpose of these scales? No? And also a related question is, can we use these scale patterns and structure as basis for identification of species?
For the first question, ma'am, why does these species need to have an iridescent scale structure? It is not a need, ma'am. It is naturally iridescent po, ma'am. The weevils have this naturally iridescent scale structure po, ma'am. And these structures are particularly notable po, ma'am, because they provide high color fidelity po, ma'am, regardless of the angle you view it from. These scales po, ma'am, are also responsible for the camouflage po, for nearby non-specific recognition po.
All right, so it's basically it serves for camouflage purposes. No? And the other question is, can you use these scale patterns and structure as basis for identifying the species?
No po, ma'am. We cannot use that po as basis of identification of species.
All right. So meaning it's not unique to that particular species, no?
It can be a tool, ma'am, it can be an additional tool po, ma'am, for identifying, but that would be not the main basis po, ma'am, for the identification of species po.
All right. Thank you, Arabel. I have a question for Edward. Edward, can you hear me?
Hello po. Yes po.
All right. All right. There's one question. What are your recommendations for better management of the avian species you studied, given the dwindling green spaces in Metro Manila?
Okay. I have one big project and one small project in mind po. There's this new hip thing in urban conservation called green corridors or wildlife corridors, if you've heard about that. Imagine all the green spaces that we have, and there's this corridor connecting them made up of greenery and vegetation instead of enlarging our green spaces. So this facilitates interbreeding of species. This prevents reduction of genetic diversity, and this reduces habitat fragmentation. So this also works without sacrificing much land for commercial use, because the corridors are just narrow spaces that don't intersect with much space. This has been used in the European Union and also in other developing nations like Bhutan. It's a good thing to explore in our country. Another smaller scale project that I'm thinking of is another urban conservation concept called communal green space. These aren't backyard spaces. So you have an unused land and there are many communities around it. So maybe we can mobilize that community with a leader and they can cultivate that communal green space whereby they can plant native trees and cultivate the greenery there. So this is not just for the diversity, the biodiversity. This is also good for food security of the community. They can garden. This is also good for financial stability. The gardening is a good physical activity for the elderly. The space is good playground for our children. Yeah. So those are the two projects that I would like to explore here in our country that are being explored outside already.
All right, thank you, Edward. Do you have any timeline for this, or do you see this happening in the near future, or probably sometime later on?
I am not sure, ma'am, because Metro Manila is very narrow. I haven't seen a map of it where we can place the green corridors, but I'm just saying that it's a very nice idea to explore. Yeah.
All right, thank you. There's this one more question for you. Do you think that the population of the birds that you observe will change or not change if you could have expanded the green space where you conducted your observation?
Yes. I go to UP Diliman to birdwatch for leisure, and I see birds there that I don't see in our research. So probably in other spaces like the long-tailed shrike, we didn't have much of that in our area. So Yeah, of course.
All right, thank you. One more. Did you see any difference in the pattern of bird diversity between areas dominated by native vegetation and non-native vegetation? Are there any native vegetation in the area that you worked on?
Yes, ma'am. Our EDC3 park, almost all of them were native, planned native species. That's mostly all the sites that we have that are purely native trees. So we can't really conclude about that. But for that specific area, kumbaga baluarte siya nung Philippine pied fantail. And the Philippine pied fantail is an endemic species, so maybe it's attracted to these native trees.
Yeah. All right. For my other co-judges, I wonder if you have additional questions for our presenters, Renee and Jay. May mga pahabol questions ba tayo?
Yes, may pahabol na question
Alright,
ako for Ara sana, if that's okay. Ara, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here, ma'am.
Oh, hi, Ara. Congrats nga pala on the really nice presentation. So, please forgive the ignorance lang. Ano ba yung ecological niche na ino-occupy nitong Metaposyrtis apoensis?
Ma'am, can you repeat the question, ma'am?
Ano yung ecological niche na ino-occupy ng Metaposyrtis apoensis? Tama ba yung pag-pronounce ko?
These weevils po, ma'am, are of ecological importance po, ma'am, because they are used for biological control po of invasive plants po.
Okay. Pero in nature, basically, ano yung function nitong specific na weevil na species na ito?
Ma'am?
Ano yung specific function nitong weevil na ito in nature? Not necessarily being used by humans or anything like that.
Naturally, ma'am, these weevils are pests po, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. I was just really curious. Salamat.
It's okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Right. I think we can take one more question. For Ara still, on your EDX analysis, usually carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen can also be from the atmosphere and contaminations. How do you confirm it is from the insect and not from the atmosphere?
The analysis was done po, ma'am. The EDX analysis was done po after the SEM po, ma'am. It was SEM EDX po together. It was already gold spotted po, ma'am. So we are very sure po that these elements are not from the atmosphere po, ma'am. It is really from the weevil po, ma'am.
Okay, meaning the analysis was done in a contained environment, no?
Yes,
is that right?
po. In our laboratory po, ma'am. Specifically in the La Salle State University laboratory po.
All right. And meron pang isa, Ara, may pahabol, no? With regards to the color, no, of the insects, no? Does the scale color matter with the sex of the insects? Nag-iiba ba yung kulay daw? Iba ba yung sa lalaki? Iba yung sa babae?
No, ma'am. It doesn't. Their colors but won't be the basis for the gender of the species.
All right. Sige. I think we can take one more question for Edward. I think
Yes,
you mentioned this in your talk already, but there's a question here. Have you observed migratory species on your study?
Yes po. We found 5 migratory species. We were not sure if they're resident or migratory because they're classified as both. They can be either. So, namely, the little egret, the black-crowned night heron, the barn swallow. Sorry, ayan. The barn swallow. The brown shrike, and the common moorhen. Ayun po. Brown shrike, common moorhen, black-crowned night heron, little egret, and barn swallow.
All right, thank you, Edward. I believe we can take in more questions, additional questions. Jade, would you happen to have additional questions for our presenters?
I think question for Ara. Ara, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
With beetles in your study, do you see a declining pattern or an increasing pattern of beetle species in your area?
It is an increasing pattern po of beetle species.
Okay. Do you think what would be the greatest factor of this increasing pattern of beetle species?
We have a lot of undisturbed mountains po. That's why these species are abundant in our areas po. In Mindanao mountains po.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I have one question for Edward. Edward,
Yes po.
what made you work on this particular project? Why did you decide to look at the biodiversity of the areas wherein you are studying, of course, relative to the other areas?
Yes po. Before po ako pumasok sa research, nagbo-birdwatch na po talaga ako as a hobby. And then, ang gusto ko po sana ay nature reserve or some unsurveyed place in the mountains para marami naman yung species. But when I was reading literature, I really saw a gap in urban data of our avian birds. So yun nga, the last index survey done was in 2009. So yeah, that made me switch to an urban landscape as my site because of the gap of knowledge there.
Yeah, I hope you continue, Edward.
Yes po.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's one question that came in for, I think this is for Renato. Can you say that your sampling effort is enough?
No, ma'am.
All
Initially, we planned to do a full survey, but due to the pandemic, we don't have the opportunity to perform and to gather more data.
Okay. But do you intend to continue, or do you intend to conduct more field surveys?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. There's a comment here from Cheryl Yap. I think this is for Ara. The scales is not for camouflage. It has evolved as a primary defense mechanism that advertises unprofitability and discourages predatory attacks. Can you comment on that, Ara?
Yes po, ma'am. We would like to add lang po. We used camouflage po because with camouflage po, the predators can be kept away from the po. So they use these scale structures for camouflage to stay away from its predators po.
All right. Sige. All right. There's one more. May humabol. Sorry. May humabol, Ara. Will it not be that this weevil is considered as pests by the farmers in agricultural areas?
It is considered as a pest po.
Are there any controls currently for this, as far as you know?
For our studied species po, the Metapocertus apoensis, there are no controls po because there are not much reports on its damages po on agricultural crops po.
All right. Beetles are herbivores. Is this correct, Ara? And is this particular insect can be a threat for forests to limit their growth and reduction capacity to slow climate change?
Yes po, weevils are herbivores po. And no, we can't consider this species po as a threat for forests po.
Okay. And
because their
again,
damage
Ara,
is not that big.
Okay. Since you are dealing with scale structures and reflectivity pattern, how can you quantify the variations on the structural information of photonic crystals found on beetle elytra, in this case, Metaphysetus?
Variations of the ano, can you repeat the question po, ma'am?
Since you are dealing with scale structures and reflectivity patterns, how can you quantify the variations on the structural information on photonic crystals found on beetle elytra, in this case, Metaphysetus?
We would encourage the use of scanning electron microscopy po, ma'am, by removing its cuticle po, ma'am. In our study, we weren't able to remove the cuticle po. That's why we weren't too much focused with the photocrystals po. So if future researchers would like to have a research on it po, they can.
All right, thank you. And then how do you differentiate now the male from the female?
Through the morphological characteristics of the weevils po.
All right. I think that's about it. There's one comment here, Ara. Very interesting topic. Congratulations. Did the study detect variations on scale structure and reflectance among the investigated species?
No po. We examined only one specimen po of the M. apuensis, but we were able to detect variations in the scale structure po of different weevil species po.
All right. I guess last na talaga yon na question. So again, congratulations for our presenters, Renato, Ara, and Edward. Good job, all three of you. Thank you for joining us. Please be on standby. I hope you still join us for the rest of the symposium. Okay. Thank you. I'll turn over to Jeff again. Jeff.
All right. Thank you very much, Miss Nancy.
All right.
All right. Thank you. And again, congratulations to Ara, Renato, and Edward. And good luck to all three of you. If you still have questions, you can still comment in the comment section and in the Q&A box here in Zoom. Our presenters can answer these questions in these sections later on. All right. So let's first take a break from student presentations and listen to our next guest speaker. Dr. A. Yaptinchay has been involved in marine biodiversity conservation in the Philippines for over 25 years. He's the director and founder of the Marine Wildlife Watch of the Philippines. He has a Doctor of Veterinary Medicine degree from the University of the Philippines and a Master's of Science degree in Aquatic Tropical Ecology from Bremen University, Germany. He has worked with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Biodiversity Management Bureau, as a biologist, and WWF Philippines as their Species Conservation Program Director. His other affiliations are on your screen. AA's talk for today is about their study on utilizing Facebook for establishing marine wildlife baseline information in the Philippines. Please welcome AA Yaptinchay.
Okay.
AA?
Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the Biodiversity Conservation Society of the Philippines for having me this afternoon. And I would like to walk you through what we've been doing in Marine Wildlife Watch of the Philippines, which is an NGO focusing on marine wildlife conservation. If you don't know, we actually started out just as a Facebook page. Then we saw the potential of doing more activities. And professionalizing our advocacy, and then it became an NGO. So Facebook has been part of our beginnings and how we grew as well. So the title of my presentation today is utilizing this social media platform, Facebook, for establishing marine wildlife baseline information in the Philippines. Well, we're utilizing social media because social networking in the Philippines is one of the most active countries in the world and has even been tagged as a social media capital of the world since 2017, meaning a lot of users and a lot of log time on social media. And apart from the networking that we do with our friends, families, and our communities, social media has also become, well, people call it weaponized sometimes, but it's also has been a source of news, fake news or not, that has been used in political campaigns and even has been used in aiding criminal investigation, etc. And that can be proven by what you see in the news these days as well. The government has been using it widely also during this pandemic in disseminating information. And Facebook, of all the social media platform, is a good platform for us because one, we're most active on Facebook, and it is estimated now that almost 70 million users are in the Philippines. So that's a lot of people, thinking that we have like 110 million Filipinos. And the users are across all socioeconomic classes also. So these are based on information that we've seen. Facebook, I think, also is widely used because Filipinos can use it for free. The only problem if you don't have a data plan is you don't get any image available, for example. And if there are any links, then you can link to that. So that's one of the limitations. So again, our main portal or venue for disseminating information is our Facebook page. Currently, we have around 80,000 followers and likes. And Marine Wildlife Watch of the Philippines, we think, has become a sort of news aggregator. So we usually don't generate our like original content. Sometimes we do, but what we do a lot is to share a lot of information that we, what I call, harvest and are publicly available from social media and traditional media. And it also happens that a lot of the netizens are reporting directly through us, either through email or DMs. And we're using a lot of that information for our posts. And we try to do it as quickly as possible because there are a lot of reports. Initially, when we started, we thought that we'll be just posting maybe a few times a week, but we found out quickly that you can post, or there are a lot of related news, 10 to 20 news a day that you can actually use. So if you don't do it today, then that'll double by tomorrow. So we tend to just keep on posting on a daily basis. And since we've been doing this, our content usually would be the first to report a sighting even before traditional media could report them. So what we're trying to do is gather all reports and sightings, for example, from social media and online sources, and we post it on Facebook. But before we do that, it has to go through a process, which we call our methodology. Basically, what we need before we can actually make a post would be some basic information, which is found in the slide, which includes the location, the date, the description of the incident, and usually what the outcome of that is. And of course, social media now is all about videos and pictures. So we actually need the picture, what basically for a proof that it actually happened, and also for us to verify what species has been reported. Um, so it can be reported to us directly, or we've been tagged a lot if there are incidents on marine wildlife anywhere in the Philippines. As I said earlier, email or messenger, they're being reported to us. And sometimes we opportunistically or actively search online for public reports also. Um, but before we actually do a post, we do a species ID and verification. Um, so volunteers. So this actually not a project. We don't have a budget for this. There are no staff. There are no researchers. So everyone involved in this is doing this voluntarily, because we see the opportunity to use all this information for conservation. Um, so we have a pool of experts. For example, I'm part of the Philippine Aquatic Red List Committee. So we work on specific taxonomic groups like cetaceans and sharks and rays. So I have access to a pool of experts. So if I can't verify the identification of a species, we refer them to other experts also. So we also are in touch with international experts. So we think the verification process is a very important step, because one, sometimes the news is not real. Two, there's always a misidentification of the animals. So for example, we always get turtle reports, but a lot of times if you check the photo, it's a land turtle or a soft-shelled turtle that's being reported, not a pewekan or a marine species. And that's the only time when we make the post, when we have the basic information and the photo and this information has been verified. If it's a protected species and there's some illegal activities going on, we would automatically refer that report to the DA, Bureau of Fisheries, or the DANR for appropriate action. So just to give you some examples of what we've been getting. So for example, I study marine turtles, so we want to document mating habitats for marine turtles, which is not well documented in the Philippines. So we found, because of this documentation, that hawksbill turtles, one of the 5 species of marine turtles in the Philippines, do actually mate in around Misamis Oriental. And on the right, you'll see a pelagic treasure shark. So usually this will just be reported as a shark, but we have over 200 species of sharks in the Philippines. And even just calling them a treasure shark, because we have like 3 species of treasure sharks in the country, so we tend to be species specific. So these are examples of other reports,
Talaga namin, ang ganda.
sightings.
Woohoo! Nagbibisita sa bangka namin.
Or strandings. So animal can be alive or dead.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
So we think
Laki!
people think these are all newsworthy or post-worthy things that they like posting on social media. Anyway, we want to make use of all this information, and since 2012, we've been populating our database, and as of 2019, we've logged in around 1,600 of these reports. And just to show you through the years, we just see an increasing trend of all these reports showing up on social media. We kind of stopped in 2019. We haven't worked on our 2020 data yet. So just to show you the different taxonomic groups we work with. So we have our marine mammals, the cetaceans, and the sirenians. Just we also work on marine turtles, the elasmobranchs, the sharks and rays, and other fish, usually fish that are unusual or rare, that usually get posted on social media. So I think this is based on an earlier assessment. So based on 1,300 reports, we almost get an equal amount of reports for marine turtles, cetaceans, and sharks and rays. So the map, it's playing as a video, but it just shows you that we can see which regions of the Philippines most of these reports are coming from. It's not indication of an abundance or the importance of an area for the species or the importance of or the presence of their habitat there, but it just shows you that more reports are coming from these areas. So you can clearly see that in the map. So what are we using this database for? So just to give you an example, dugong occurrence in the Philippines is poorly documented, especially in the most recent times. And if they do get reported on social media, we try to capture that and put that in the database. So we're seeing that this is done per region as presented in the map. So of course, because of our database, we can do a per municipality or per province also. I'm just presenting it this way now, which I think is a reflection of the important sites for dugongs now in the Philippines. For example, we have Palawan and the Davao Gulf. And the representation you see here, of course, is just based on social media information that we've taken. So aside from occurrence and distribution, we also can document species behavior. So for an example here would be marine turtles. So almost the whole of the Philippines has been reporting marine turtles. And of course, we can break it down to what the turtles have been doing. So either they've been nesting, or people have seen the hatchlings, or there's a dead or live stranding of the animal. And as I've seen in the video earlier, even mating. And snorkeling, diving, skin diving has been popular. So we've also been observing people reporting feeding areas or foraging habitats for marine turtles. So mostly underwater photos. And there are a lot of rare species that we're coming up with. One of the rarer one would be, as shown in this photo, is the megamouth shark. So right now, because of also these reports, which we report internationally, we're #2 in the most number of reports for this species around the world. And I know for a fact that most of the reports here in the Philippines can be seen in the Cagayan de Oro area or around the Mindanao Sea. So that probably is a very important habitat for this species. But we also have other species like the oarfish or the giant groupers that have been reported on social media. One of the bigger taxonomic groups like that we're seeing would be the sharks and rays. And unfortunately, most of the reports coming to us will be from market area, wet market areas, or fishing ports. And if we look at all the elasmobranch reports, it's mainly divided. Majority would come from two species, One would be the blue spotted stingray, and the other one would be the brown banded bamboo shark. Um, and about 35% all the other shark species. So these are very interesting information because it also shows us what species are being exploited. Um, Fortunately or unfortunately, these two species are not yet protected in the Philippines. So it's okay for them to be seen in fish markets, for example. So therefore, we're seeing also, aside from all this information about the species distribution, behavior, etc., we're also documenting exploitation. And these are some of the examples we've documented for different taxonomic groups, from captivity to tourism to poaching, direct consumption, eating the meat, and trade also are being documented. And we can summarize based on our database that most of these are, of course, anthropogenic or human caused. It's a lot of report on bycatch, entanglement in ghost nets, even ingestion of marine debris, especially plastics. So also surprising that tourism, since a lot of people take selfies when they travel, uh, a lot of the reports are like travel related or tourism related. Um, so again, if the species reported is a protected species, it's reported to DNR and actually or BFAR or PCSD if it's in Palawan. But for example, we've been tipped a lot of times already of places, for example, where illegal trade has been taking place. For example, in Cebu, there's a market where you can buy pawikan meat, and we've also reported this directly to DNR, and they've acted on it and actually did operation. And some of these establishments have been shut down because of these reports. So thanks to all the citizens who are concerned and report to the site, we make sure that they go to the proper authorities as well. Of course, there are fake news. For example, this photo of an orca. We do have orcas in the Philippines, but this photo in a popular tourism site was posted, and everyone just shared it. But if you look closely at the photo, it's a Photoshop photo image of a whale shark around that area. So it is important to verify the information. So that's one of the limitations, of course. And others would include, for example, of course, not all incidents are reported online. So we're obviously not capturing everything. Uh, Usually, the information provided is incomplete. So we try to get that from the original source. So we write to them directly. So if there's no location, no date, we usually don't use it. And again, the verification is important. So as a conclusion, we see that this is an important initiative to further science and research in studying species. We've seen that we can also document the threats, exploitation and uses, direct and indirect anthropogenic threats to species and populations. And hopefully all of this can be used in conservation, in management intervention, in helping marine species here in the Philippines, which can involve enforcement, policy development, protection, and other activities. So we recommend that we continue this. It's an ongoing process, so we're continually doing this. Um, we're doing everything manually, so we like this to be automated somehow eventually, and probably even the review process can be done automatically. Of course, we want this tool to be used not only by us but also by government agencies and the public. Our site has also been used to raise public awareness. So we keep on posting. It's just raising awareness about species present in the Philippines or the status of some of the species. So this is just an example of an infographic that we did. So we think that Facebook and the marine wildlife page, at least for marine wildlife conservation, has become instrumental in disseminating information and news on marine biodiversity, which allows users to engage and discuss its broader social, economic, and environmental concerns. So hopefully you'll like our page and become one of our followers and report to us if you may. So this initiative is, we think, an innovative way to establish baseline information on marine wildlife, allowing for better monitoring and awareness of marine biodiversity in the Philippines. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Doc AA. And as you can see, Facebook is really a double-edged sword. While it can be used to provide us with a wealth of information about marine life, we should also be cautious as to the sources of these information. So now let's see what our audience wants to ask our distinguished speaker. Do we already have some questions? Oh, good. Okay, so our first question for Doc AA from Alexander Gintu. Just curious, how has your engagements been? Do you make use of the metrics built into Facebook to measure the effectiveness of your drives? And in a way also for you to be able to come up with strategies on how to make your group be effective in creating awareness and in the process also contribute towards improving your database?
The first question.
You can open the Q&A chat box. So the question is quite long. So you can see it.
Okay. Okay. Firstly, just our strategy for increased engagement is just to be present all the time. We use the metrics once in a while, but we don't really have a social media strategist to maximize our engagement, because we find it that just harvesting the information and posting online is really taking a lot of our time. We actually have slowed down during this lockdown because of other matters, but there's just a lot to be posting, so we're practically posting all day usually, and I think just the mere presence and the verified information that we provide, or reliable information that we provide, is our main strategy to get more engagement. Actually, I've also been wondering why we have such a following also. So maybe you can help me out.
Maybe that's because a lot of netizens are really interested in seeing marine wildlife, right? It's so shareable.
Yeah, sure. And I want to translate that for Filipinos to take pride in, meron palang ganyan sa Pilipinas. So I'm so proud that we have like 29 species of marine mammals, or 5 of the 7 species of turtles, and this is where you find them, diba? Like no one's really sharing those information at the moment. Yeah, and I've seen also like people change how they report. So if you look at our posts, we do it in a certain way, and I think this has also influenced others. So because I see in other posts now, they are following the same pattern, like putting the species, location, incident, and the date. So I'm happy. I hope we're influencing that in a positive way.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Next question is from Carmen Claire Alfafara. Just to clarify po, sir, you mentioned that tourism is indirect harm. What measures or steps have been done related to tourist areas that flaunt, say for example, the Butandings in Oslob, Cebu? Are you saying we should not promote these places?
Um, I'm saying that there are like two schools of thoughts, maybe. Uh, Parang yung pandemic, di ba? Do we save all the lives or do we open the economy? So I think it's the same with conservation. Do we try to conserve or be more concerned with the economics of tourism? So I think it varies depending on location, the community, and the species we're talking about. If it's not a protected or not a threatened species, then maybe it's not such a big concern. But if we're talking about a endangered species or species with limited habitats, then we should think differently because we should side on the conservation aspect. So conservation, di ba, when we talk about conservation, it always talks about the precautionary principle. So you need to prove first that an activity doesn't cause any harm before you can do that activity, something like that. But to regulate this, we can't just use social media. So Marine Wildlife Watch also has been trying to promote responsible tourism. We like tourism as a conservation tool. If you look at our albums in the Facebook page, we've been promoting guidelines on how to interact with threatened species in the water or on a boat or on land, if it's a marine turtle. So we're just asking people to respect the animals as well. And as a direct policy translation, I think this has been picked up by the Department of Tourism. And we've been working on it for a few years now. But I think the Department of Tourism and three other government departments will come up with regulations now on marine wildlife tourism. Should have been out sooner, but because of the ECQ and the pandemic, it has been delayed again. Hope that answers.
Yes,
Haban.
yeah, Doc, here's a very related question from Carissa Yambao. Are there efforts from the government or other organizations regarding the ecotourism wherein travel agents or travel and tours usually use biodiversity or high abundance of kinds of animals like starfish to get attention of travelers?
Hold on. Well, as I said earlier, nga, di ba, just need to respect wildlife and their habitats. It's okay if they are the attractions, especially we have islands and we're the most biodiverse marine area in the world. So we really need to promote it, but in a positive way. I think there's a lack of information out there for both travelers and travel agencies and local governments who manage these areas. And I think we should all get together and make it work. So these activities can happen anyways without harming marine wildlife if we do it properly.
All right. Thank you very much, Doc AA. That's our final question for now. If you have more questions, just keep on sending them in, and we'll try to get back to that later on.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Doc AA.
Bye.
And we now move on to our second and last session for the day, the undergraduate category. As with the high school category, there will be three presenters from different universities, and each will go through a Q&A with this category's judges. And the judges are Dr. Emilia Lastica, who will be the moderator, Mr. Ronald Alan Altamirano, and Mr. Peter Widman. Again, remember to please take note of the last names of the presenters so that later on, after their presentation, you can type uh, their surname together with your questions for the Q&A at the end of the third presentation. Okay, so for our first undergraduate presenter, the study is entitled Chiropteran Assemblages in Sitio Irangan, Cleopatra's Needle Critical Habitat, Palawan. Please welcome Maria Jose A. Dichoso from the University of Santo Tomas in Manila.
Hello po. Let me just share my screen, please. Okay po. Yan. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Maria Dichoso, and I'll be presenting my thesis conducted on the Palawan Islands. It is entitled Chiropteran Assemblages in Cleopatra's Needle Critical Habitat. The Cleopatra's Needle in central Palawan is a very special place and has been declared as a critical habitat in 2016 due to its unique and threatened faunal species. Several bat species can be found on Cleopatra's Needle, and there's a lot to discover and learn about this amazing wildlife. Although often maligned, bats play a critical role in the ecosystem, such as pollinators of flowers, population controllers of insects, and seed dispersers that to help forests regenerate. Just like any other place, different groups of organisms assemble. With the different roles and resources up for grabs, they would naturally be there to fill their roles, hence can interact with other species, which would go to my main objective of finding a said pattern for assemblage. The study was conducted in Barangay Binduyan within CNCH in Puerto Princesa, Palawan. Habitat types in CNCH include dipterocarp, riverine, limestone, lowland, evergreen, bamboo, secondary, and mixed forests. At the beginning of the trek, going to the base camp, there is a tourism site called Olaongan Falls. Olaongan Falls is a community-based sustainable site that features the beauty of the forest. The study will provide an initial knowledge of chiropteran assemblage to strengthen and protecting their area and their conservation protocols. This site is in Palawan in Puerto Princesa in Barangay Binduyan in Sitio Irangan. We surveyed the area to establish 5 study sites near the Pait River, and 4 sites were within the lowland dipterocarp forest, while 1 is in a mixed forest and agricultural area. We set up harp traps and mist nets near the river, near fruiting trees, and with a clear flight pathway. They are monitored during peak activities and were closed between monitoring schedules, except for the harp traps. The trap bats were placed in cloth bags and released after identification. Biometrical measurements and unique characteristics were observed from the bats, and voucher specimen and tissue sampling were taken. 1 specimen per species captured was prepared while others were released. So in 6 days, we have a total of 42 trap nights sampling effort. Our data indicated that we reached a plateau in the species accumulation curve, which may suggest that no additional bat species will be recorded in the area. However, our data is preliminary and further studies should be conducted to confirm or refute this hypothesis. Now, up next is introducing introducing the bats that we captured. There is the defied big-eyed Cynoturus brachiotis, the small but terrible Macrocossus minimus, the mighty but bitey Marinezuela, the bold and gold Caribola harwicki, and finally, the shy and sly Rhinophilus arquatus. The common short-nosed fruit bat is a frugivore. They are commonly found in orchards, gardens, to forested tracts. They form into smaller groups in rural, urban, and forested landscapes. The dagger-toothed flower bat feeds primarily on nectar and pollen. It roosts as a single animal or in small groups under large leaves, branches, and loose bark. An individual we captured was in a late-term pregnancy, which was expected to give birth maybe, say, after a week. The Marinezuela has been recorded in banana plantations, This species was captured in areas near the river or a water source. On the Palawan Islands, on the Palawan Islands, there were records of the Caribola harwiki from a bamboo thicket at 60 meters and primary lowland forest at 650 meters. This bat feeds low to the ground and flies slowly, and it's difficult to capture by mist netting method. It was therefore not a surprise that it was only captured using harp traps. And finally, the arcuate horseshoe bat feeds on gleaning and flying insects. It roosts in limestone caves and in small colonies. This species usually comes in small groups. However, there was only one individual caught in the traps. So these were the species. So all of the species were found in Site 3, and the Marinesvilla was found in Site 5. Site 5 was in an advanced secondary growth forest near the Pait River. The clear flight pathway availability with the accumulation of flying insects near the river were perfect foraging sites for bats. Site 3 was an ecotone. It was a boundary between two forests, agricultural and advanced secondary forests. An ecotone has a lot of potential for species assemblage, which makes sense since all of the bats prefer different environments. The Marinesvilla and Sinopterus brachiotis prefer forests. The Macroglossus minimus roost in agricultural areas, while the Caribola harwiki were found in bamboo thickets and lowland forests, while the Rhinophilus arcuatus were found in caves. With food availability and clear flight pathway, the sites were foraging habitats. Based on the bat's diet and habitat preference, an ecological niche diagram was assembled. In the diagram, all of the bats that were captured are placed within where they are found and their diet preferences. Even with the bat's own and unique differences, the diagram produced two different groups, the fruit bats, the family Theropodidae, and the insectivorous bats. In the short amount of time that we surveyed the area, we were able to capture 12 individuals of 5 different species, representing a variety of ecological niches, showing a unique assemblage for this specific location. With this in mind, collective results from species richness, association, and distribution are useful information to local communities in making conservation strategies for this area. Thank you for listening, and this project would not have been possible without these amazing institutions. Give them some love. I am ready to answer the questions that you might have. Here are my references. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Mariah. Now I'd like to turn over the floor to Miss Emilia.
Yes,
Hello for the Q&A.
Hello.
Hello po.
Can you hear me? Hi. I can't seem to, yeah. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. It's a very happy presentation.
Thank you.
I would like to turn over the questioning, to our most esteemed panel member, Mr. Roland Altamirano. Mas marami siyang experience sa kabundukan. Roland?
Salamat, M. Grabe naman. Hi, Mariah.
Hello
Good job.
po.
Ganda nung presentation mo. So, just wondering, kasi according to dun sa data mo, nagplato na yung data mo. So, you think after 6 days, wala na kayong madadagdag na species. Tama ba?
Opo.
But since you used only yung harp trap at saka netting, you don't have Skynet, di ba? Wala kayong ginawang Skynet. Okay.
Opo.
So kahit sa observations nyo, you think may mga additional bat species na you think na hindi, since medyo mababa yung net na nilagay nyo, wala ba kayo na-observe sa taas na mga may ingay? Kasi minsan may mga larger insect bats na you can hear them flying around, pero yun nga, since mataas yung kanilang location, usually, naririnig mo lang siya. So kung wala kang Skynet, hindi mo siya mahuhuli. And same as dun sa flying foxes. So wala ba kayong nakitang larger bats aside from dun sa mga nahuli nyo lang?
So far po wala po eh kasi nung nag-sampling po kasi kami po, it was parang winter time po, taglamig. So
Okay.
opo, and meron din kasi po like months after po, pumalik po yung prof ko po with others po to what do you call this again? To teach the sino yun? Yung mga forest rangers po doon po. And
Park
apparently
rangers,
apparently nakakita raw po sila ng flying fox.
Okay. So, okay. And then, as additional, may na-observe ba kayong mga caves around the area, doon sa sites niya?
Wala po gaano po, pero medyo limestone kasi po yung mga gilid-gilid po ng forest. So, parang may forest dito, tapos may limestone na wall po, parang ganito.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you and good job. Back to you, Em.
Thank you, Mr. Ompong. Mariah, nakita ko yung I saw that you indicated how many net nights you spent, but how many man hours did you use also? Kasi nakita ko ang dami yung members ng group. So ilan yung nanghuli talaga ng bats? Because it will then, it will have a consequence on how many animals you actually got, right? Yung sampling effort, makikita rin doon.
Kasi po, medyo, yung sa amin po ay 2 harp traps per night po. Tapos, interchanging po ng numbers yung mist nets po. From 2 mist nets to 3 mist nets po.
Okay. Now I understand. Okay, sige.
Yeah, sorry.
Salamat. Is Peter here? Peter, do you have any questions for our...
Yes. First of all, congratulations for the study. I also saw your video abstract before. That was very nicely done. It's very good public relations for the bats. They can need all the positive public relations they can get right now. So my question goes a bit in a similar direction. I would like to ask, in addition to the caves, did you try to find any other roost sites? Like, for example, some bats are difficult to trap both in the harp traps and also in the mist nets, the bamboo bats, but you can actually find the roost sites quite easily in the bamboos, no? In the bitten of bamboo parts, or in the cavities in the bamboo stalks. And did you do some observation of feeding bats? Because again, the larger the fruit bats like Pteropus and Rosetus and so on, sometimes they're in the canopy. They're easier to see than by observing them during nighttime while they are feeding.
We weren't able to observe po them because wala po kami ganong camera traps po para makita po sila in action. And medyo po yung expert po namin po na kinuha po is hindi po like Ma'am Sweepy level and Sir and yeah, kasi po wala po kami, hindi po namin nasama po either si Sir, sino yun? Si Sir JB Sarmiento or si Ma'am Sweepy.
Joel.
Yes, Sir Joel po, opo. So medyo po mas-simple lang po kasi yung methods namin. No?
Do you have any more questions from Peter and Ompong? We still have time for questions.
Siguro comment lang kasi I'm hoping na this is not the last na maggagawa kayo ng ganitong research. So siguro the next research na gagawin nyo siguro yon yung na-question kanina ni Ma'am M na siguro maganda yung napapag-aralan yung net meter hours kasi yung number of misnets na gagamitin kasi talagang may impact yon, especially if you are covering kung you would like to know how many species of bats or any species are present in the area. So it matters yung mga nets nyo, number of net nights. Ayun lang.
Matters number of net nights. Thank you po.
Net nights.
I think in addition to that, I think it's also important to train yourself in the identification. At least we have a booklet for the identification of chiropterans in the Philippines. So you, based on that booklet and the measurements given there, I think it would be a good training for all of those involved in the identification of the species.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Any more questions, Peter?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I think we have a typed-in question here from Willie Felizardo Labiles. Are these bats endemic only to Palawan, or can they be found in other islands? And are them migratory?
These bats are not endemic to the Philippines per se, nor even in Palawan po. But it is what's that term again? Native to the Southeast Asia.
Okay. Are they migratory? There's another question here.
Migratory. I don't think so po. No.
Okay, I think that's all the questions from the audience that we can accommodate for now. The rest of the questions, you can still type them in. We will open them to the presenters after all the presentations are done. So thank you, Mariah.
Thank you, Mariah.
Naan ka, Jeffrey?
Yes. All right. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Mariah. And once again, for our audience, if you have any questions, just type in Dichoso, Dichoso, and then your question in the Q&A box or in the comment section on Facebook, on our Facebook Live, and on YouTube. All right. Okay. So we move on to our second presenter, who comes all the way from Barbaza, Antique. From the University of Antique, Tario Lim. Sorry. Oh, there. Okay. All right. From the University of Antique, Tario Lim Memorial Campus in Tibiao, Antique. The study is about the orchids of Mount Nangtud and Mount Madjaas in Antique, Philippines, to be presented by Mekan Rod Tan Colesio. Mekan, are you there?
Sir, good afternoon. Yes, I'm here, sir.
Take it away.
Okay. Let me first share my screen. Wait. Sir. Wait. Sir, paano mag-share screen? Po. Sir, wait lang po. Nakita ba, sir? Sir? Good afternoon. Excuse me. Nakikita po ba?
There.
Okay.
Yan, kikita na. Okay, you can proceed now, Mekan.
How to, wait lang po. 5. Wait lang po. Slideshow. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mekan T. Colesio, Best Ed Biosci from University of Antique Darile Memorial Campus. I would like to say thank you to Biodiversity Conservation Society of the Philippines for giving us the opportunity to present this study. Sir po, wait lang. Sir, nagka-problem. Sir Paul. Let's continue. Mount Nangted and Mount Majaas are the two tallest mountains in Panay Island. It is known for its scenic view, mossy forest, and a home for diverse flora and fauna, including different species of orchids, especially those which are considered as endangered, threatened, and vulnerable. These mountains serve as a good habitat for orchids due to high elevation and cold temperature. Orchidaceae is the largest group of flowering plants and thrive abundantly in tropical regions, including the Philippines. It's known for its charismatic blooms that fascinate many of us, and an excellent bioindicator of ecosystem changes. But due to its economic importance, in pharmaceutical, ecological, and for ornamentals, they are overexploited and becoming endangered. Therefore, it leads to the study titled Orchidaceae in the Two Mountain Ranges of Antique, Philippines, where it aims to identify and determine the conservation status of orchid species found in Mount Nangted and Mount Majaas. So this is the flow of the methods for the researchers use. For the entry protocol, the researchers first secure all documents needed for study, just like prior informed consent and the letter for mayor and barangay captains. Then, taxon sampling was conducted to collect and document orchid species in the two mountains. So we spent, in the Mount Nangted, we spent 4 days, and for the Mount Majaas, we spent also 4 days in the mountains. Next, herbarium was done for voucher specimen, and we use gratuitous permit for the collection of herbarium. Next, documented species were identified and confirmed using the database of digital flora of the Philippines, published literatures, and by consulting experts. So they are experts that are involved in this study. Next, for the assessment of the conservation status of the species, IUCN, or International Union for Conservation of Nature, read list for threatened species, and the DENR Administrative Order 2017-11 were checked. Okay, for the results and discussion. A total of 25 species were found in the two mountains, of which of which 16 species were from Mount Majaas, like Bulbopilum species, and the rest. Paraphyus, Cryptostylis species, and Trixpermum. Then, 4 distinct species were collected from Mount Nangted. Sigmoidium is one of the examples, Spatoglotis philippinensis and Platantera angusta. Also, the Chelonistil sorporia. And 5 species were found in the both mountains. So these 5 species can be found in Mount Majaas and can also be found in Mount Nangted. And for the conservation status, 7 less concerned. We identified there are 7 less concerned species, 3 vulnerable, 1 near threatened, and 11 species were listed as data deficient by also the use of IUCN, red list for threatened species, and DNR AO-11 2017-11. Then, moreover, some species might be new to science, which needs further study, like those species that have don't have identified in their species level, and that species are not identified and needs further study. Next, for the conclusion, Mount Nangted Mount Majaas has more diverse orchid species compared to Mount Nangted, in which the latter mountain is prone to threat and other human activities that may cause habitat destruction. As you can see, they are, as you can see in the presentation, there are illegal hunting and kaingin of the ecosystem, and the birds also catch by the locals to be their as food source. The loss of orchid species may cause an imbalance in ecosystem and may also lead to the loss of other species which rely on them as food source. There are birds and insects rely on orchids as one of their food source. That's why the loss of species or orchid species may affect the ecosystem. Further, results may be used as the baseline of policymakers in making policies for the protection and conservation. It may also be used for the awareness of people living near the area to educate them to become forest guards, protecting the species and their habitat. Like in other protected area, the locals there became their forest guards to protect that particular area. So that's the end of my presentation. But first, I would like to acknowledge, researchers would like to acknowledge and express their heartfelt gratitude to DNR Senro Colasi, and special thanks to the following individuals: Dr. Porfirio S. Bancaya, Jade Ann Grace P. Dalisay, Mark Arcibal K. Naive, and Mr. Aldrix A. Barrientos for giving their moral support and knowledge for our research. And thank you very much, and more power.
Thank you very much, Mekan, for your presentation. I understand it's a bit rattling to present in such a forum, especially with some technical difficulties, but you did quite well. For my question, did you find signs of poaching in the area during the conduct of your study, or at least signs of poaching for orchids?
Poaching. We don't We don't, as far as we know, ma'am, we don't see any poachers in the two mountains when we go there that time.
Yes, but have there been, for instance, signs that some of the plants have been disrupted, orchids taken? Because you were reporting on your threatened species, and I think one of the things that researchers like this have to be careful of is determine, like exposing where these areas are.
Yes,
Uh,
ma'am. Sorry, sorry.
for future plantitos and plantitas of the Philippines. So
Yes, ma'am. There are, sorry, may I speak now, ma'am?
yes, of course, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. We see some species that are sold in the market, like the Paphiopedilum genera or species. They are sold in market, and as you can see in the presentation, ma'am, Paphiopedilum is an endangered species.
Thank you for that answer. Who wants to go first? Paul.
Sorry, Peter.
Okay.
I have a question, Mekan. First, congratulations dun sa job mo kasi I've been to Majaas and I know how hard it is to climb that mountain kasi mataas yan. So, I'm just wondering, kasi based from sa presentation mo, Mount Nangtud is just above Mount Majaas, di ba? Nasa northern part siya. Tama ba? Magkatabi lang sila base sa mapa na pinakita mo?
Yes, sir. They are two mountain ranges. Magkatabi lang po.
Yes, oo, magkatabi. So, I'm just wondering, what is the reason behind kaya? Ano kaya sa tingin mo yung reason kung bakit medyo protected ang Majaas while dun sa Mount Nangtud na andun lahat ng mga nangyayaring, let's say, yung mga illegal poaching, yung siguro harvesting or kaingin. Bakit ganon? Eh, magkatabi lang sila. What do you think is the reason?
In Mount Nangtud, sir, it was located in Barbasa Antique, and for Mount Majaas, it also in Colasi Antique. So they are different municipalities. So different municipalities are different ordinances. So in Mount Majaas, it was a more established system. They are the LGUs provide more ordinance to protect the said mountain, and the locals, sir, and the tour guides are well oriented to provide them information that this Mount Majaas should be protected by the people. And for the Mount Nangtud, I think as you can see, sir, there are burns. The burns that you see in Mount Nangtud are caused of by the locals there, and I don't know I don't know why bakit hindi. Pwede po Tagalog? Naubusan
Yes,
ako
yes, sure.
Bakit hindi namin po alam kung bakit walang ordinance yung
sa Mount Nangtud area.
Yes.
Okay.
And
okay.
sir, sir, meron pa po. At bakit kaya hindi mapupuntahan yung Mount Nangtud is because the trek or the risk in Mount Nangtud is so high. Kaya walang pumupunta na mga LGUs doon para mag-check.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for your answer, Mekan.
Okay, thank you, Mekan. We will people can ask a question for Mekan later during the panel discussion. Thank you for that, Mekan. We'll hear from you again in a while. I think it's time for the next presenter.
All right, thank you very much, Doc M. And thank you very much, Mekan. And as Doc M said a while ago, I'm sure a lot of plantitos and plantitas would have been very interested in Mekan's presentation. So the surname to remember for that is Colegio, Colesio. ESIO. Please type that along with your questions for him later on. Okay, finally, the last presentation of the day. It is a study entitled MAKIBIS, an online platform for biodiversity information of Mount Makiling, to be presented by Geoffrey M. Laruya from the College of Forestry and Natural Resources, University of the Philippines, Los Baños.
Thank you, sir. Let me just share my screen to you. So, good evening, everyone. On behalf of my fellow authors, Dr. Damasa Makandog, Dr. Koy Lapitan, and Jandrel Valerio. So, we would like to present to you our project, which is the Mount Makiling Biodiversity Information System, or the MAKIBIS. Basically, it is a collaborative effort from people from natural science and computer science, which aims to make use of available information related to biodiversity of Mount Makiling and integrate it in online web-based repository. So, before first of all, I would like to have to discuss some basic information about our study site, which is the Mount Makiling. So, Mount Makiling is a state-owned forest reserve administered by the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. So, being the first national park, it also serves as a training laboratory that scientific and technical knowledge related to the studies of forest and mountain ecosystems. Second is Mount Makiling Forest Reserve, and Mount Makiling is a biodiversity hotspot that holds a remarkable record of species. So it is well known that Mount Makiling and the MRF is one of the diverse places in the Philippines. It holds rich biodiversity in terms of tropical rainforest um, that is a venue for a lot of and attracts a lot of researchers. And lastly, Mount Makiling has been a very important stage for many scientific and conservation initiatives. So since its establishment as a national park, Mount Makiling has become a site of study for both local and international researches, and brought about some foundational information in the knowledge of mountain ecosystems and related studies. So this is what the MAKIBIS is all about, the Mount Makiling Biodiversity Information System. So Mount Makiling Biodiversity Information System is a web-based database system that contains information on the taxonomic profile, habitat, conservation status, endemicity, reproductive biology, and other related information related to Mount Makiling's flora, and fauna. So to better to better understand this website, I categorized it in three functions, mainly as a repository of information, as a web-based database system, and as a tool for management effort. So first, MAKIBIS as a repository of information. So since Mount Makiling is a biodiversity hotspot with estimated 375 vertebrate species and over 2,000 floral species. So correct. I have to update this from other related because there is been a conflict for the actual number of these species. But we can assert that Mount Makiling is very rich in terms of biodiversity, and it holds an abundant array of life. So next is Mount Makiling has been a very important stage for many scientific and conservation initiatives. So I think if not, correct me if not, but I think the most well-studied mountain in the Philippines is Mount Makiling. It, in terms of scientific outputs and different initiatives relating to conservation, Mount Makiling holds a number of studies and related information. Now, since this abundance of data and biodiversity information, MAKIBIS wants to integrate this data from various materials such as published materials and journal articles and facilitate a data mining with reference to Mount Makiling's biodiversity because commonly Mount Makiling's information is scattered, fragmented, heterogeneous, and most of the time inaccessible. So next one is the MAKIBIS as a web-based database system. Now, I think this is best explained by the IT community, but in light of so, I would like to explain it as in my own understanding. So Mount MAKIBIS uses a Darwin core format. Now, what is this Darwin core format? Darwin core format is a standard format which is followed when sharing biodiversity information. So MAKIBIS, like many other biodiversity information system, it holds records of species, and in order to have a commonality among biodiversity information, MAKIBIS follows the Darwin core standards. So as you can see, the Excel file holds taxonomic profile of a certain species, but aside from that, it also holds the endemicity, reproductive biology, and geographic range, and other information related to a particular species. Now, once this data in Excel, in accordance with the Darwin core, we can populate the site by using a various web-based database system. Now, this tree, as you can see, is the most common type of web-based, open source web-based tools that encoders or the ones who making the site uses in order to convert or translate that information from the Excel file to a more computer understandable language that in later time will be the website per se. Now, first is the PHP. PHP is the scripting and translating the initial file to a computer language. So it's basically a series of codes wherein computers, which they computer programmers are knowledgeable and use this as a mode to type to input what is on the database, which is the Excel file kanina. Secondly is the jQuery. Well, jQuery is basically simplifies what PHP does. So instead of writing general codes that too long to take, jQuery, I think, simplifies that task. And lastly, last open web tools that is used in the MAKIBIS is the MySQL. MySQL is some sort of an software that coders use to have a relational information. When we say relational information, for example, you have typed a particular name of an animal to the MAKIBIS site. MySQL will search for the other relational data information and put it in you. So it basically search for other information related to whatever particular type of information we want to. So after all of this data processing, so we have an initial Excel file. It was translated into a computer language, then put it in a web-based database. The Global Biodiversity Information Facility, or the GBIF, will index this information and put it in a network of where you can find all biodiversity information system around the world. So since we using a Darwin core format, um, we can say that the MAKIBIS is at par or better to the other information biodiversity information system available around the earth. So last is the MAKIBIS as a tool for management effort. So let me stress out to you the importance with what we think is the importance of MAKIBIS. First, it strengthens the local the knowledge base in support of valuation of policy, supporting activities related to Mount Makiling's biodiversity. So basically, Mount Makiling can help with the formulation of policies by the lawmakers, and because it set up a baseline and available information to the variety of the data that is related to Mount Makiling. Second, that MAKIBIS will facilitate data mining with reference to Mount Makiling's biodiversity. So it will enable users to have similar to a one-stop shop for all biodiversity information related to Mount Makiling. And lastly, it will centralize huge biodiversity information that uses internet as a medium. So not only it integrate, collects, and consolidate all information, it also uses online as a medium to become accessible to the general public. Now, also in terms of citizen science, MAKIBIS aims to incorporate citizen science as part of its system, which allows users with the opportunity to provide a information that is validated and completed by the expert. So in MAKIBIS would like to make use of citizen science to help us track say new records, sudden changes, monitoring, and on-site information, but provided that it is validated by the expert. And lastly, the MAKIBIS, the Philippine Biodiversity Information System Initiative, or the PUBIS. So this website, this MAKIBIS may serve as a prototype in the development of a national biodiversity information system. So MAKIBIS aims to have a larger version that encompasses all of information, biodiversity related information of all the Philippines. So we could say not only in mountain ecosystem, but also in protected areas, other related sites that we can use as a ha, in, the population. We can monitor every. Let us say that we can monitor biodiversity and other related information of the whole of the Philippines. Now, with that, I conclude my topic. You can access the site in the link. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Geoffrey. And I'm sorry, it's MAKIBIS pala, hindi MAKIBIS. Sorry about that a while ago. Anyway, very nice topic, use of technology for biodiversity conservation. Sorry, Geoffrey, we don't have time for your Q&A because you went a bit over time. But you'll get some questions from the judges along with the other presenters in the Q&A portion. As we now open the floor for questions from the audience or from the judges, if they still have questions, of course. And again, remember to include the last name of the presenter. For Geoffrey, it's Laruya. Yeah, Laruya, Laruya. Okay, Doc M, would you like to take the floor once again?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Jeff. Hang on, I need to start. I'm unable to start my video, but I will continue on talking until you start my video for me. Okay. Thanks, Jeff. I think Peter should go first. Are you there, Peter?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. You mentioned there will be later on or immediately a function for citizen science, and I would like to know how would you vet the information for example, how do you make sure that conservation sensitive data is not available for everyone to see?
So I think before there is a some sort of filtering. I will consult with other IT experts to ensure that other entry information will be validated by the expert and have the necessary reference to such claim if they want to if they want to make such a pronouncement of whatever they want to use. But the main focus is that before we entry an information from a particular citizen, we must validate it or secure a validation from the expert that this information is legitimate.
Okay, thank you.
Ompong?
Yes. Akala ko kasi baka may follow-up questions si Peter.
Next one, yes.
Yes. Again, Geoffrey, thank you. Nasa
Thank you,
dorm ka
sir.
ba?
Nasa bahay po.
Sa bahay, okay. Ayun, just wondering kasi yun nga, this is a big data and then yun nga, nandyan yung problem then on how to assure everyone na all the inputs, informations na nasa loob ay yun valid and talagang totoo. So, yun yung isa. So, ang isang question ko ay how maybe you have a strategy on how to maximize kasi maganda yung MAKIBIS sana kasi ma-access ng iba. Pero how can you see it na properly magsiserve ng purpose niya? Anong strategy dapat ang gagawin so that ma-maximize yung paggamit ng MAKIBIS sa future kung sakali?
Well, personally, sir, I think hindi namin kaya ma-monitor kung ano yung ginagawa nila sa mga information na nasa MAKIBIS. But we will see to it that this information will be the information na makukuha nila sa MAKIBIS is validated and nakaka-assure sila na this, unlike other information system na nagre-rely lang sa parang example Wikipedia will can parang anyone can edit. So this we can assure that the MAKIBIS will give the user for whatever purpose they might think to utilize this information that is validated and um, secured by scientists, by the experts.
Okay. Kaya lang pa paano yung follow-up lang, sorry. Paano yung kasi na-mention mo na can be edited. So paano sino yung may karapatan mag-edit? Kasi baka mamaya may mag-edit na magpa-prank lang, maglolokohin lang yung data. So paano ma-assure nga na yung nag-edit is sila yung expert?
As of now, sir, parang 4 kami na nagva-validate ng mga nag-i-input ng information. So we assure that we can, as long as we have the capacity to look through this information and because hindi naman sir, hindi naman lahat is pwede i-validate. Pwede mag-input. It's not necessary that people can just type it down and enter, then nasa screen na. We have to validate it first. And if necessary, we have to consult other experts from fields that related to the information that they have inputted.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Back to you, Em.
Yes, I think Peter has a question for Mekan earlier for the second presenter, Peter.
Okay, that was to Mekan. What you mentioned that you have the comparison between the IUCN red list and the national red list of DNR, and I would like to ask, in comparison, were there similar or were there major differences in the threatened categories for critically endangered, for endangered, vulnerable species? Was there any major difference you saw?
Okay. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Good evening. The DNR AO-2017-11 is for the locals. Like for example, we use that to since our species is gathered in our place in Mount Nagtad and Mount Majaas, so we use that DNR AO 2017-11. And because it was covered in, it was used, the DNR AO 2017-11 contains the list of the red list species in the Philippines, sir. And for the is for the international, And for those less concerned species, like for less concerned, they are not, people are not have no knowledge about that or data deficient. People, locals have no knowledge that these species are. The researchers have not. These species have no published literatures or no records in IUCN. And for the threatened and vulnerable, they are critically endangered, and based from the DNR AO 2017-11.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Now we're opening the floor for questions from the audience. First off, from Andrea Rivas, this question is, hang on. Oh, this question is for Mariah. Are there bat species you expected there, but you did not capture? And are you planning to do more research in the area? Would you improve your sampling and design?
Yes po. There are bat species that I was expecting po to capture, like in the study po of Hini and et al. Po, they studied the the peak area of CNCH po with much more and there were a lot more microbats that are endemic to the Palawan. And I would really like to research in that area again po because the CS po, the NGO NGO who made that critical habitat was really kind and amazing po, and working with them po is really cool.
Okay, thank you. This next question is for Mekan. Sheila May Olympus says, thank you, Mekan, for giving us a glimpse of the orchid diversity there. I was so the Sheila is wondering, why did you choose orchids among all plant families?
I choose orchids because I am interested in orchids. And second one, orchids here are not studied yet. Walang written literature po dito yung orchids. That's why I choose orchids.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. For Joffrey, in this age, this question is from Fernando Garcia Hill. In this age where wildlife trade is a serious threat in the Philippines, what do you think restricts some information? What do you think? Hang on, I need to read this properly. What information do you need to restrict, no, like recorded sites, no, to research and institutions? So which information do you think should be restricted? I hope I interpreted that correctly.
In the case of this kind of information, when we are given by such report, I think the MAKIBIS will, of course, validate, then report to proper authorities to have their own actions for such claim.
Okay. Thank you. For Mariah, from Jose Isidro Michael Padin. In terms of species richness and abundance, can you infer the status of the bat population in your study area?
Not really po because we were only able to capture like a few individuals, and the only thing that and the highest number of captures that we got is from the Venezuela, which maybe that which kind of dominated the whole population po, since 6 out of the 12 species are that species is the Venezuela.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. From this next question is for Mekan. Julian Galvez asks, what sampling methods did you use in your study? For instance, transect, opportunistic, or others? Can you say your sampling effort was sufficient? And how would you describe the forest types in your sampling areas?
We use opportunistic sampling technique, ma'am. And what is again the other question, ma'am?
Can you describe the type of habitats?
The type of habitats for the orchids, we found those species in mossy forest, ma'am.
Mossy forest. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then another question in that group of questions is, can you say that your sampling effort was sufficient?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. This next question is for Joffrey. Do you think this is from Andrea Rivas? Do you think this online platform can be implemented in other areas in the Philippines? And do you plan to do it in Filipino?
Yes, well, basically, like I said before, MAKIBIS may serve as a prototype for the Philippine Biodiversity Information System, which encompasses whole of the Philippine biodiversity-related information, not just for a particular fragmented areas, but all related information about the Philippines biodiversity.
Okay, thank you. Any other follow-up questions from the judges? Ompong and Peter?
I'm
For
good,
any
thank you.
of our presenters? So Ompong
None.
gave us the thumbs up. Peter? Do you have any more questions for the part?
No, I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll just read off on a couple of other questions. We have many questions right here. So if we don't ask your question, please put them on the comments page. Okay, for Mekan, from Alexis Balanay Purillo, what are the factors that usually affect the conservation status of orchids in the area? And what are some of the policies that have been established to protect these orchids?
What are the, pardon ma'am. Sorry.
So factors that affect conservation status, and then if you know of any policies that protect the orchids in the area.
Good evening. The factors that may affect those conservation status are illegal overexploitation and kaingin, the burning of their habitat or habitat destruction. And as far as I know, I don't have any idea if there is an ordinance or in protecting those mountains.
Okay, thank you. Maybe later you can include it in the paper. Maybe you have time to reach that. For Mariah, are you still? Hi, Mariah. Okay. The question is from Wilson Javier Gordolan Loretta. Is there any difference with the identified species in your result to other studies conducted in the area? Have you compared it?
There was po, kasi we were able to find the synopters in the other, kasi po I kinda, my main reference for this was the 2004 Heaney / et al. Study po. And they were only able to find insect bats po in the area po. Well, mine po was able to find the Synoptis brachiotis and the Macrophilus minimus.
Okay, that's good. We have 5 minutes left. Who wants to volunteer from the presenters to answer the last question? Give me a thumbs up if you want to answer the last question. Ooh, Mekan wants to answer the last question. Let's see. Mekan, okay, from Jasper Obico. I'm wondering if you are aware of any policies by the LGU to protect the biodiversity in the two mountains.
I'm afraid I don't have any knowledge in their policies, ma'am.
Thank you for that. But I think that you can have access to those policies because they are public knowledge. So it would be nice to have them in the report, no, in the written report. So thanks. Ooh, I've been told that we can still answer 1 or 2 more questions. So since Mekan volunteered to answer that question, that last one, I can ask another one for Mariah. can you classify the bats? This is from Jasper Obico. Can you classify the bats based on the level of disturbance that they can tolerate?
In a way po, yes po, because usually po in urban areas po, we can usually find the common ones, the Sinopterus brachiotis and the Tenochirus jaguari. And usually po, in the agricultural areas or in orchards, gardens, you can mostly find the fruit bats there.
Okay, thank you for that. Then lastly, for Joffrey, Jasper Obico asks so many questions. So again, from Jasper Obico, he would like to know what kind of information you have now at MAKIBIS, and if it's available already for the public.
Yes, I have already put the link in the last presentation. I could share it again. And as of now, the information in the site is the taxonomic profile of all of the flora and faunal species of Mount Makiling.
Thank you for that. And I'm very excited about this this tool, and hopefully we can expand to more areas of the Philippines. But with caution, we don't want plantitos and plantitas invading our mountains. Okay, do we still have time for one more question or comment from the judges? Okay lang for one more. Do the judges have any more comments?
Siguro ako kay Mariah.
Okay.
Yun nga, kasi
Yes, sir?
kung may plano ka ng bumalik ulit dun sa sites mo, I think there are a lot of references for Palawan. Kahit na sabihin mo doon sa katabi sa Mantalingahan, may mga researches na din doon. So maybe you can read that papers kasi para magkaroon kayo ng idea, and then pati doon sa methodology siguro matutulungan kayo. So
Yes, sir.
yun lang. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you for everyone. Thank you for Peter and Ompong and all our presenters. Magbabalik ka ba, Jeffrey?
Yes, I'm back.
Nice.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the presenters. Thank you very much to Mekan, to Mariah, and to Joffrey, of course. Kapangalan ko pa pala. And of course, thank you to our judges, Mr. Peter Widman, Mr. Ompong Altamirano, and and of course to Doc M. Plastica. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. Hello. Yeah. All right. So all of them were very informative and interesting studies. Parang na-miss ko yata mag-research. Not. Actually, that was really fun during high school and of course during college. Of course, thank you also to our judges for being so kind to the presenters, for not grilling them too much. And of course, the audience for actively participating with the Q&A and the comments. And again, for the unanswered questions, the speakers may try to answer them just using the different platforms that we are using. So please continue to post those questions on our YouTube account, our Facebook account, and our presenters, our speakers will try to answer these questions. Okay, well, I guess that's it for day one. But of course, join us again tomorrow. Dr. Jason Ibanez will be sharing his experience in bringing social media to the community, all for conservation. And we also have six postgraduate students who will be presenting their amazing research studies with us. Please help us improve our future online events by answering our survey. The QR code is flashed on your screen. And it also will be posted on the BCSP Facebook page together with the link. And may I remind you, again, we are providing e-certificates to those who will be completing the 2-day forum plus the survey. Okay, and also, As mentioned earlier, all the video abstracts and not just the finalists are all available for viewing at the BCSP's YouTube channel. So please watch, like, and share your favorite video abstracts because BCSP will be giving a special award to the video with the most number of likes. So again, watch, like, and share your favorite video abstracts. And once more, we would like to recognize the organizations who made the BCSP Digital Forum possible. The Biodiversity Management Bureau of DNR, the USAID Protect Wildlife Project, Team Energy Foundation, Energy Development Corporation, Crocodylus porosus Philippines. And this forum is brought to you by the Biodiversity Conservation Society of the Philippines. Please like BCSP's Facebook and follow them on Twitter, like them on Instagram, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Okay, yes, that's it for day 1. Maraming salamat at magkita-kita tayo uli bukas 3:00 ng hapon. Magandang gabi sa ating lahat. Thank you.